May you come to order. I ask unanimous consent the chair be authorized to declare recesses during today's hearing. Without objection, so ordered. I ask unanimous consent the chair and ranking member of the full committee be recognized for 10 minutes each during the question rounds. Without objection, so ordered. Before I begin, and similar to the previous hearing on the 737 MAX with the CEO of Boeing testifying in October, I want to explain an administrative matter regarding some documents we may use at today's hearing. I'll be making two unanimous consent requests in reference to two document lists, List A, List B. First, the documents contained on List B are marked export controlled. Apparently, FAA stamps everything export controlled. We have been advised by House General Counsel that the Constitution provides ample authority for us to release these documents. However, to prevent confusion with regards to documents with export-controlled markings on them, I'll be making a unanimous consent request regarding the release of these documents pursuant to the Export Control Act. Second, I will be making a unanimous consent request to enter the documents on List A into the hearing record. This list includes the export control documents on List B as well as additional documents. We've made the ranking member staff aware of the documents from both lists. The documents have been available to them. And with that, I would ask unanimous consent that the documents on List B be disclosed pursuant to 50 U.S.C. Section 4820H2B II, because withholding such information is contrary to the national interest. Hearing no objection, so ordered. In addition, I ask unanimous consent to enter all the documents on List A into the hearing record. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize myself for opening remarks. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. This is the committee's fifth hearing on the design, development, certification of the Boeing 737 MAX in response to two catastrophic crashes that claimed 346 lives in the span of 5 months. Once again, I would like to recognize the family members of those killed, some of whom are here today, and our thoughts are with you as always, and we're here to ensure that the lives of your family members were not lost in vain and without response. You can be sure this committee will continue to be aggressive in our oversight efforts to determine what went so horribly wrong, why, and we won't rest until we've enacted legislation to prevent future unairworthy airplanes from slipping through regulatory cracks and into airline service. In November 2018, a few days after a powerful system running in the background of a 737 MAX called MCAS pushed Lion Air Flight 610 into an unrecoverable dive. The FAA issued an emergency airworthiness directive that purported to inform pilots on how to respond to an erroneous activation of MCAS, while it actually never mentioned the system by name. In fact, during the certification of the 737 MAX, Boeing actively pushed the FAA to remove references to MCAS from the flight crew operating manual, as revealed in the emails and instant messages from Boeing executive Mark Faulkner, which Boeing initially failed to provide to the committee. The FAA accepted Boeing's push. Faulkner went on to boast that he was, quote, Jedi mind tricking, end quote, other civil aviation regulators around the world to adopt the FAA's faulty decision. But perhaps most chillingly, we've learned that shortly after the issuance of the airworthiness directive, the FAA performed an analysis that concluded that if left uncorrected, the MCAS design flaw in the 737 MAX could result in as many as 15 future fatal crashes over the life of the fleet, with the assumption, which is questionable, that 99 out of 100 flight crews could comply with the airworthiness directive, successfully react to the cacophony of alarms and alerts recounted in the NTSB's report on the Lion Air tragedy within 10 seconds. Such an assumption, we know now, was tragically wrong, and it certainly did not meet FAA's criteria of 10 to the minus 9. Despite its own calculations, the FAA rolled the dice on the safety of the traveling public and let the MAX continue to fly until Boeing could overhaul its MCAS software. Tragically, The FAA's analysis, which never saw the light of day beyond the closed doors of the FAA and Boeing, was correct. And the next crash, taking more lives, 5 months later, Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302, March 2019. A committee's investigation into the two crashes was launched just days after the second accident in March. We have received more than 500,000 pages of documents from Boeing, the FAA, and other parties that staff continues to analyze, and that doesn't even include numerous emails from the FAA that we have requested. We just received another large batch on Monday night in response to our April request, and others have yet to be provided. We've interviewed and spoken with FAA employees, Boeing whistleblowers, among others. These documents, emails, interviews are crucial to our investigation, which has uncovered a broken safety culture within Boeing and an FAA that was unknowing, unable, or unwilling to step up, regulate, and provide appropriate oversight of Boeing. The FAA failed to ask the right questions, failed to adequately question the answers that agency staff received from Boeing. Our investigation has revealed that many of FAA's own technical experts and safety inspectors believe FAA's management often sides with Boeing rather than standing up for the safety of the public. Mr. Dixon, I've read your testimony. I appreciate the tenor and the substance of your remarks. I commend your commitment to cultivating a just culture among FAA employees and ensuring that they have the analysis and tools necessary to make the right decisions in the name of safety. But our investigation to date has established that FAA employees did not have the analysis and tools necessary to make the right decisions in the case of the 737 MAX. These safety specialists need your support. There is no imaginable situation in which they should be jammed or subjected to end runs by Boeing to their managers. I expect you and your subordinates to back them up, defend their reasonable decisions based on technical evidence and mandated compliance with FAA regulations and safety. Boeing made egregious errors, including the furtive implementation of MCAS while knowing it could present a catastrophic risk, and the FAA also failed to do its job. It didn't provide the regulatory oversight necessary to ensure the safety of the flying public. The FAA trusted, but it did not appropriately verify key information assumptions Boeing presented to the agency about the MAX, and this was at a time when Boeing's own employees, as we learned at our last hearing, reported they perceived undue pressure from management. We're trying to figure out what went wrong here, fix it legislatively, and not ever allow something like this to happen again. In that spirit, on this panel, we'll hear from Administrator Steve Dickson and a member of the review panel that's assessing remedial changes to the MAX design. Mr. Dickson, as I said, I appreciate what I read in your testimony about your approach to improving safety, but I will still have some tough questions for you, and I hope to hear from you about what the FAA has identified as faults and failures in the certification of the MAX, the FAA process generally, what concrete steps you've taken to date to correct them. I also appreciate your commitment to the 737 MAX will not take flight again until you and your employees responsible for overseeing Boeing and certifying its MCAS overhaul are 100% confident in its safety. On our second panel, we'll hear from two former FAA and Boeing employees, as well as two well-respected experts in the fields of aviation and human and safety factors for their perspectives on the faulty design. And we will hear from a Boeing whistleblower, FAA whistleblower, and a former employee of Boeing. So therefore, I want to be certain, Mr. Dixon, that I worked for a number of years, and it was only after people died in the ValueJet crash that I stripped FAA of its promotional responsibility, which was an artifact from the dawn of the commercial aviation era. And I want to be certain that that hasn't crept back in. If the industry needs promotion, commerce can do it, or they can do it themselves. You and your people are there for one reason only, to assure the safety of the flying public, and I look forward to your testimony today. With that, I would yield to the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to add my comments and recognize the families and friends of the accident victims. We haven't forgotten your losses, and I'm sure that we all share the same goal, and that's ensuring that our system remains the #1 system in the world and the safest system in the world. This is the 5th hearing on Boeing and the tragic accidents that the committee has held in 8 months. In addition, there are at least a dozen other reviews and investigations that are ongoing. Some of them, I will say, have been completed recently, and we're fortunate to have one of the representatives from the Technical Advisory Board, of the TAB, that's going to be with us today. And I'm pleased that the committee is going to hear from him on the TAB's ongoing work to independently evaluate the Boeing software fix. Collectively, I'm confident that these expert reviews are going to provide us with the insights that we need to keep our aviation system the safest in the world. Today, the majority has invited the current FAA leaders to testify, and while they can address the FAA's efforts since the 2 accidents, they weren't in charge for that 5 years between 2012 and 2017 when the MAX certification process and approvals took place. And until we hear from the officials that were in charge at the time, then the investigation remains incomplete at best, and at worst, it looks like we're willing to overlook the past administration's culpability in this matter. Now, having said that, as I've said many, many times, should the investigations reveal problems within the certification process, then I think Congress can and they should act, or we should act accordingly. We have to ensure that we have the benefit of all expert reviews and investigations that are still underway and focus on the facts and data, the facts and the data from those reviews. And when it comes to aviation safety, I do believe we have to leave out the partisanship and the gotcha moments. And I know Administrator Dixon, his team, and the thousands of FAA professionals are all dedicated to aviation safety and improving any process that needs improvement. And I look forward to hearing what the administrator is doing with the recommendations that have already been received and his own observations since taking leadership within the last year, taking leadership of the FAA. And I, along with the Republicans on this committee, we're committed to addressing any problems discovered in the process and working with the chairman in a very bipartisan effort. And I've said this before too, and it bears repeating. As a professional pilot myself, I still believe that the FAA remains the gold standard in the world for safety. Air travel is the safest mode of transportation in history. And when the FAA clears the 737 MAX to fly again, it's going to be safe to fly. There's no doubt in my mind. And working to ensure our aviation safety system improves is always the right goal, and we have a responsibility to do that together. And with that, I look forward to today's hearing, and would yield back the balance.
Thank gentlemen. I represent the subcommittee chair, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Chair DeFazio. My comments will be relatively brief as I released a video statement yesterday, and I'll commend folks to that video statement for my full comments, but I do want to summarize it. With today's hearing, the committee does reach another milestone in its investigation. It's increasingly clear the process by which the FAA evaluates and certifies aircraft is itself in need of repair. Congress must reevaluate and improve the current certification process to ensure the safety of the flying public. As this critical oversight work continues, the 346 lives tragically lost in the Lion Air and Ethiopian Airlines crashes will remain at the forefront of these efforts. Several of the family members of victims are here today, and I extend my deepest condolences to you and your loved ones. Your advocacy makes a difference. The FAA must fix its credibility problem. Just as I asked Boeing CEO Dennis Muhlenberg at the committee's last hearing, today I expect to hear from the FAA the 3 main mistakes the FAA itself made regarding the 737 MAX and the specific steps the agency is taking to restore public confidence. I also look forward to hearing about the TAB's progress as it looks over FAA's shoulder as the agency works on a return to service decision. From today's second panel, the 2 former Boeing and FAA employees are providing an important perspective on questionable management decision-making that seem to prioritize economic interests over public safety. And further, I'm interested in learning more from safety experts on the panel about the integration of human factors as aviation technology becomes increasingly automated. Airplanes are changing, but the federal government and certification does not seem to be changing with those airplanes. Though 2019 is coming to an end, the committee's investigation is far from over. The committee will continue to maintain safety as its guiding principle and use all available tools to ensure the safety of the traveling public. With that, thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. With that, recognize Ranking Member of the subcommittee, Mr. Graves from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, want to thank the families for being at the hearing today, our fifth hearing on the MAX. As I've said at every previous hearing, and I'm going to say again today, your efforts remind us that this is about people. It's not about government, bureaucracy, process. It's about people and safety. And I want to thank you all for your advocacy efforts throughout this process. Mr. Chairman, we're on our fifth hearing today, and there are extraordinary efforts underway to ensure that we're able to extract every single lesson that we can from the 737 MAX disasters. As some have noted, the ongoing investigations are investigations that have completed the Special Committee of the Safety Oversight and Certification Advisory Committee, the Joint Authorities Technical Review, or the JADR, the Technical Advisory Board, or the TAB, the Flight Standardization Board, Boeing Board of Directors has a Committee on Airplane Policies and Processes, the National Transportation Safety Board, the NTSB. This very committee, the majority has an investigation underway. We have the Department of Transportation's Inspector General. We have the Department of Justice criminal investigation. We have the Securities and Exchange Commission investigation, and others. The Indonesian and the Ethiopian authorities as well. So multiple investigations, a lot going on. Today at this hearing, we have the administrator of the FAA, and Mr. Dixon, thanks for being here. As I recall, you've been on the job for 4 months. You've been on the job for 4 months. And so you're here to talk right now about, I guess, path forward, where we are, what we've learned in path forward. In the second panel, we have a number of folks, including we have quasi-whistleblowers, and I want to be clear, I'm not being derogatory, as I understand they have not sought official whistleblower status, but folks that sort of play that role of whistleblowers. And so we have folks that were there, intimately involved in the process perhaps, and they're able to shed some light on what was going on the ground. So we have someone, the administrator, who's the current administrator, and he's been there for 4 months. We have folks that were involved in the process on the ground that are again, somewhat whistleblower status. What we don't have, and what we haven't had in any of these hearings, are the people that actually made the decisions back when this process, when the aircraft was being certified. There is a gap in this hearing, and Ranking Member Graves and I have requested over and over again that we fill that void. Look, I can go through and I can say all these acronyms and I can talk about all these investigations, but if we don't have the full slate of understanding of what's going on here, then we're at risk of making decisions that don't have the full view. And I have no desire whatsoever to sit here and rub somebody's face in the ground. I don't. But I do, and I made a commitment to those folks, and I'm going to fulfill it. I do want to make sure that we understand everything that happened and we don't allow mistakes to be made again. We need to learn from the mistakes, and we need to learn from the successes, and we need to build upon both of those. And so I do hope as we continue this process, as we move forward in this investigation, that we fill that void and we understand what has happened every step of the way, and that we're able to make decisions that truly yield the safest, the absolute safest aviation system possible, and that we're able to ensure that passengers on airlines, domestic and foreign, that they will continue to be flying on the safest means of transportation available. So I want to thank you again for being here. I want to thank you and many folks behind you and under you for all of the work that y'all have done to get us to where we are. I think everyone knows what our end zone is, what our end goal is, and that's to ensure that we prevent and we work to prevent absolute perfection. And looking forward to hearing your testimony as well as that of the second panel. Yield back.
I thank gentlemen. Before I begin my questions, I would observe we have been asking since we received our first tranche of emails from FAA and Boeing to interview career staff, who are the people who made the decisions at the FAA. And until recently, with the new administrator, we were being stonewalled and being told, no, you can't talk to the line employees who raised concerns. You can only talk to managers. And that's changed with this administrator, and we have interviews scheduled with the people who actually made the decisions. You know, if we find that it went higher than that, we will call those people. But we just spent 7 hours jointly, Republican, Democratic staff, questioning the current head of safety, who was there when this document was issued about the probability of another crash, and says he wasn't aware of that and he wasn't aware of anything that went on. So I don't know how high up this went, and I think that's one of the problems, and that's one of the things we've got to look at. I think most of these decisions were made by captive regulator managers in the Seattle offices, and no one in the national offices knew a damn thing about it. So we are going to get to the bottom of this, and if it goes any higher than that, we will have those people. So with that, I'll recognize myself for questions. What? Oh, I forgot. Thank you. Got carried away there. Mr. Administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, and members of the committee. Thank you for inviting me here today to speak with you about the Federal Aviation Administration's approach to safety oversight and to provide you with an update concerning the Boeing 737 MAX. With me today is Mr. Earl Lawrence, the Executive Director of the FAA's Aircraft Certification Service since December of 2018. When we fly anywhere in the world, we enjoy a certainty of safety that's unrivaled in the modern transportation era. That's because the FAA and the world's aviation regulators understand that the success of the global aviation system rests squarely on our shared commitment to safety and our common understanding of what it takes to achieve it. Together, we've built a safety record that's the envy of other transportation modes, the healthcare field, and others. But we are humbled when our best efforts fail. On behalf of the United States Department of Transportation and the FAA, I would like to once again extend our deepest sympathy and condolences to the families of the victims of the Ethiopian Airlines and Lion Air accidents, and thank you for being here today. Deputy Administrator Dan Elwell and I have met with the family members and friends of those on board. We've seen their pain, their loss, and it reaffirms the seriousness with which we must approach safety every single day. That's why we're working tirelessly to ensure that the lessons learned from these terrible losses will result in a higher margin of safety for the aviation industry globally. For the 737 MAX return to service, the FAA fully controls the approvals process and is not delegating anything to Boeing. We will retain authority to issue airworthiness certificates and export certificates of airworthiness for all new 737 MAX airplanes manufactured since the grounding. When the 737 MAX is returned to service, it will be because the safety issues have been addressed and pilots have received all the training they need to safely operate the aircraft. This process is not guided by a calendar or schedule. Actions that must still take place include a certification flight test and completion of work by the Joint Operations Evaluation Board, which will include pilot training needs. Additionally, the FAA and the Technical Advisory Board, or TAB, will review the final design documentation. Finally, I'm not going to sign off on this airplane until I fly it myself. Today's unprecedented U.S. safety record was built on the willingness of aviation professionals to embrace hard lessons and to proactively seek continuous improvement. In addition to this committee's investigation, and other congressional efforts, we welcome the scrutiny and recommendations from several independent reviews. Included in these are a Joint Authorities Technical Review, or JATR, that the FAA launched to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the MAX Automated Flight Control System certification. The TAB we initiated to conduct an independent review of the proposed integrated system, training, and continued operational safety determination for the aircraft. And as an aside, I'd like to recognize and thank Mr. Matt Kiefer, to my left here, also testifying here this morning, for his work as a member of this board. Recommendations from the NTSB and the Indonesian Accident Report on Lion Air Flight 610, the DOT's Inspector General audit of the 737 MAX certification, and finally, a report from the Secretary's Special Committee on Aircraft Certification. We believe that transparency, open and honest communication, and our willingness to improve our systems and processes are the keys to restoring public trust in the FAA and the safety of the 737 MAX. Now, beyond the 737 MAX, the FAA is committed to addressing issues regarding aircraft certification processes not only in the United States, but around the world. These issues include moving toward a more holistic versus transactional, item-by-item approach to aircraft certification, integrating human factors considerations more effectively throughout the design process, and ensuring coordinated and flexible information flow during the FAA's oversight process. We and our international partners must also foster improvements in how aircraft are designed and produced, but also in how they are maintained and operated. We at the FAA are prepared to take the lead in this new phase of system safety. Aviation's hard lessons and the hard work in response to those lessons have paved the way to creating a global aviation system with an enviable safety record. But we recognize that safety is a journey, not a destination, and we must build on the lessons learned, and we must never allow ourselves to become complacent. Thank you, and this concludes my statement, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Administrator. With that, Mr. Kiefer, your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for having me here today. It is an honor to be on the panel. I would like to first start by expressing my condolences to the families and the friends of those who lost their lives in the Lion Air and Ethiopian Airlines accidents. Their memories were with us on our team as we did our work. My name is Matt Kiefer, and I currently work for the U.S. Air Force Airworthiness Office. I have worked in the aviation industry for over 25 years in the military and in the private sector. This has included work in flight test, system design and integration, systems engineering management, and system safety. As an aerospace engineering officer in the Navy Reserve, I'm responsible for the Navy's part of a joint team that performs combat forensics analysis on aircraft battle damage. I'm also an instrument-rated private pilot with over 600 hours of flight experience. I was asked by the FAA to participate on a team known as the Boeing 737 MAX Technical Advisory Board, also known as a TAB. This is an independent team of industry experts with no past involvement in the 737 MAX development or certification. Our team is made up of experts from various specialties, including test pilots, aerospace engineers, and chief scientists with backgrounds in flight controls, flight operations, simulators, human factors, computer systems and software, flight standards, and system safety. We were chosen for our ability to take a look at the 737 MAX changes objectively with fresh eyes because we are independent from Boeing and the FAA certification effort of the aircraft. Our team was tasked to examine and review the changes Boeing is making to the 737 MAX flight control system and make recommendations back to the FAA as to the suitability of those changes before the aircraft is returned to service. Our team had our first face-to-face meeting with Boeing at their facilities in Seattle in May, where we spent time working with the Boeing engineering department. This meeting started off with encouragement from the FAA and Boeing management to dig deep into the systems and scrutinize the work that has been done to develop the solutions to the problems that led to the accidents and give our unbiased opinion as to the suitability of those fixes. At this meeting, we started by learning about how the speed trim and MCAS function, as well as having discussions on the various failure modes of the system. We were then given in-depth debriefings on what happened with the 2 mishap aircraft, including information on the Lion Air flight that occurred the day before the first accident. After that, we were given detailed briefings with good discussion on the changes that had been developed for MCAS. Our team was also given the opportunity to fly the 737 MAX simulator at the Boeing engineering facility. Many of our team members, both pilots and engineers alike, got the opportunity to fly the simulator with the old software and with the new. We're able to experience the accident scenarios, and we're able to observe the aircraft behavior with MCAS operating properly, as well as how the aircraft handles with MCAS disabled. During these meetings, which included multiple online conferences and 2 face-to-face meetings at Boeing, our team had the full cooperation of Boeing engineering and flight test staff, as well as good participation from the avionics subcontractor. At the first face-to-face meeting, the team started to develop action items that have been determined are necessary before returning the aircraft to service. These action items are being actively tracked by the TAB and with Boeing and the FAA. All action items that the team made for return to service have either been addressed and closed or are presently in work. The TAB is still working with Boeing to accept products to close the remaining action items. Once all of this work is complete, the TAB will present the final report to the FAA. The TAB still has work to do to complete our assessment of the changes to the Boeing 737 MAX systems and are awaiting more information on the development assurance, testing of the software, final safety assessments, and final training for the aircrew. Pending the team's determination that the remaining review results meet our expectations, our team feels that the changes made to the flight control system of the 737 MAX should vastly improve the safety of the aircraft in keeping with the highly successful safety record of the previous models of the Boeing 737. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have for me.
Thank you for your work and for your testimony, and I expect there'll be questions later.
Yes, sir.
With that, then I would recognize myself for the first round of questions. Administrator Dickson, we know you weren't there, but obviously I expect that you and your staff have put a substantial amount of energy into trying to determine what happened and how it happened, as you're charged with making it work right in the future. So I've got to ask about this TARIM analysis, which was done on December 3rd, 18. Again, you weren't there. Mr. Barami was there. He was head of safety, and he met with me and Mr. Larson, and I can't remember who else might have been there, and told us this was a one-off accident in February. Yet this analysis, which I thought the staff was going to put up, was available at that time. He says he was unaware of it. He knew there was such a process, but he didn't know they had evaluated this plane and this system. But this analysis says that this is post-Lion Air, that in the lifetime of these aircraft in operation, they predicted there would be a potential of 15 fatal crashes. I'm not aware of any other certified transport aircraft that has such an analysis. I mean, the normal analysis is 10 to the minus 9. This far exceeds that. And I question why, given this TARIM, and I don't know where it went since it didn't go to the head of safety, why the aircraft wasn't grounded once this analysis was done, and as opposed to allowing the plane to fly while Boeing worked on a fix. You know, we've talked a lot about being a data-driven organization with you and former Administrator Elwell when we had the second incident, when the plane stayed up yet for another couple of days. You know, the assumptions that were made here is only 1 out of 100 pilots wouldn't react properly and effectively in that 10-second period. Yet, in the 2 instances extant, well, there were actually 3. You know, there was a triggering which was recovered in Indonesia, then there was a triggering which wasn't recovered, and then Ethiopia. So we have essentially a 33% success rate. But even after the first, we had a 50% success rate. I'm just wondering, I mean, in retrospect, do you think it should have been grounded after Lion Air, given this TARIM analysis?
Well, thank you for your question, Mr. Chairman. And I will say at the outset, as you noted, I was not at the FAA when this analysis was done. However, you know, I want to advocate for my people, and they need, you know, we are a data-driven organization, as you said, and I know this, you know, with all due respect, you know, any indication that any level of accidents is acceptable in any analysis is not reflective of the 45,000 dedicated professionals at the FAA, whether they're involved in air traffic or aviation safety. So I want to make that abundantly clear. That is absolutely our highest priority. Having said that, the reason that we have the safest airspace in the U.S. and the world and has been through decades of developing data systems and decision-making tools that will allow us to make the best decisions and prioritize in the interest of safety. So remember, in the information that was available at the time, was we really didn't know what the root cause of the accident.
If I could, Mr. Administrator, I understand, but I've only got 10 minutes and I have at least a couple other questions. But so, okay, you're not going to say anything definitive. I would hope you would look into the distribution,
of course,
of this TARIM. It didn't come to the attention of the head of safety, he tells us. So I don't know where it went or who had access to it and what they may have advocated. I think it's a pretty critical thing. And again, I'm not aware of any other aircraft where this sort of analysis has, you know, found something that's going to cause crashes inevitably and been allowed to fly. I mean, it just doesn't meet your standards. So I appreciate the fact that you're going to look into that and revise that. Now, I want to ask, again, you know, I'm concerned about Boeing's influence over, particularly, it seems like this all stops in the regional offices. It doesn't seem, at least from, we will find out with further interviews with FAA employees, but again, with 7 hours with Mr. Barami, he's not aware of any of the issues we raised outside that decisions were made up in Washington State. And there are 2 issues regarding lightning protection on the 87, where the plane was certified for production with the lightning protection. Boeing decided to strip the lightning protection off, and after they produced 40 airplanes, they came to the FAA and said, oh, by the way, you certified it with lightning protection, we've taken it off. We'd like you to change your decision that it's necessary. And again, safety analysts objected, and they were overruled by a local manager. And then the rudder issue was actually 7 safety analysts said, no, you need to relocate the rudder controls, and we do have photos of what happens when you lose rudder controls on an airplane, particularly on climb out or at a critical time. I wish the staff would put that slide up, please, if they're listening. You know, that's a critical thing. And they were upheld at 2 levels of review. So in total, we had 14 people at the FAA say they should relocate or better protect the rudder controls in the wing, given this large new engine and the potential for uncontained failure and fragmentation. And they were overruled by a single manager, apparently again at the local level. This causes concern on my part that there doesn't seem to be, and we haven't found yet, that there are levels of review beyond the local office. Are you going to be looking at that issue or problem as part of a solution?
Yes, well, thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, I think that it's important to understand that as we work through these processes and when you have technical people involved in discussions, these processes by design are encourage debate, and there are differences of opinion as we work through the processes. And ultimately, remember that the managers who were involved in these decisions are themselves experts, and there are times when they may have been overruled. And it's not a matter, in my view, of what the applicant or the manufacturer in this case wants. It's really a matter of letting the process work, and ultimately the decision needs to be made you know, on behalf of the agency. And on occasion, that may be the manager that has a broader view that may be able to make that decision. I do think that there are some improvements that we can put in place. Aviation safety is working on, as I mentioned, on just culture.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. One last question. I'm running out of time. Do not want to abuse my privileges here. Boeing self-certified and installed defective slats on 137 airplanes, and you just announced a $4 million civil fine for this deliberate abuse. And we've heard a lot of other things about production pressures, and we'll hear more about that from the second panel. You know, I'm concerned that, you know, will you look at these issues? And also, we will hear from the second panel about concerns about whether or not sensors were installed, the AOA sensors installed properly because of production pressures, calibrated properly because of production pressures. Again, I have concern, again, that we're looking at, and I don't get the sense thus far that you're ready to go there, that we may have a captive regulatory problem in the field offices. Because there's an awful lot of decisions that have gone in Boeing's favor, overruling a whole lot. The 787 had a safety specialist say, hey, you can't put a lithium battery in that plane without putting it in a steel box and venting it over the side. Overruled. Guess what? Plane gets grounded for 2 months because, hey, you got to put it in a steel box and vent it over the side. There's been an awful lot of people who seem to have been pressing it and right. And the question is, maybe we need, you know, this needs to go beyond the local office when we're talking about safety critical systems. And with that, I've run out of time, but I hope you'll look at that issue. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Administrator. Ranking Member Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Something I worry about just a little bit is the direction we're taking. And this isn't about Democrats or Republicans, because I hear it from both sides, you know, and questioning the safety of our system. And that does worry me, because I want people to feel safe getting in the air. And I've heard people say on both sides that we have a system that is absolutely fundamentally broken. And my question to you, Administrator, is, and I don't think there's any system that can't use improvement, particularly when it comes to government. But do you believe our system is fundamentally broken? We've worked a long time to get our certification process to where it is today. And so I ask you that question. Are we broken?
No, it's a great question. The system is not broken. However, with any process, and I've said many times, even in these last 4 months, that all processes need to be improved really each and every day. And to the extent there are gaps in the processes, or in the case of the MAX, fragmented and inadequate communication, data that didn't have the fidelity that we needed, the lack of safety management system at manufacturers, those kinds of things are all improvements that can be put into place. And I believe that the construct that we have, whether it's at an air carrier or manufacturer or an airport, of the agency being in a position to exercise effective oversight and not be captive, but also have fluid information flow and data flow from the regulated entity is extremely important, because that's the foundation of what has led to the margin of safety that we enjoy in the United States today.
So I'm going to change directions just a little bit, and so members of the committee can hear from a pilot's perspective. And I know you're typed in several different aircraft. In fact, can you name the aircraft you're typed in right now? Commercial aircraft.
Commercial aircraft, the 727, 737, 757, 767, and the Airbus A319, 320, and 21.
So when you, and I've talked about this, that it's many things. A crash should never focus on one thing. You know, we've got pilot issues, we've got maintenance issues, we've got Boeing, we've got, and everybody has a part of this that bears, you know, some of the blame. But I've talked a lot about runaway trim and how MCAS, or any autopilot for that matter, how it manifests itself. And it manifests itself as a runaway trim issue, which something here in the United States we learned in pilots, whether that's private pilot training, commercial training, ATP training, is memory items, muscle memory. And you go through those mental items. And can you explain? Sometimes I get up here and harp on this stuff and don't explain it very well, but can you explain what it feels like? And I know you've run through the scenarios too in the simulator of these accidents. Can you explain runaway trim? Can you explain for the committee's benefit too, you know, muscle memory and what you've taken away from your perspective?
Sure. Well, thank you for the question. This actually gets to the chairman's question on looking at what information was known right after the Lion Air accident. We had flight recorder data that indicated some issues with crew performance. We also had information with how the airplane was maintained. And if any of those had gone a different way, you know, that accident would not have occurred, and events would have manifested themselves differently. The pilot is part of the system. And so when we're designing flight control systems, anytime you have a flight control problem, if the airplane is not doing what you want it to do, the first thing you do is fly the airplane. And that means disconnecting the automation. In this case, if the autopilot's on, disconnect it. The auto throttles, disconnect them. Let's get the airplane under control and find out what's going on. And then you execute whatever emergency procedure you have. In this case, with runaway stab trim, if the airplane has got control pressures that are undesirable, trim the airplane up, and then in most airplanes you disable the electric trim system, and then can trim the airplane manually. Slow down. You know, the airplane's not on fire. You haven't lost an engine. There's plenty of time. There's not any urgency in addressing the issue. So that's how we want to manage the workload in the cockpit in these events. But runaway stabilizer trim, I've had it during my career. It's not a regular occurrence on modern aircraft, but it is something that every pilot learns during their initial qualification, whether in light aircraft or matriculating through commercial aviation aircraft as well.
So you know, and again, and I know when you read the report too, that, you know, the pilot asked, you know, can you trim the aircraft? Which at one point, I think the aircraft accelerated through 500 miles per hour. At least that's what some of the initial telemetry. You might explain that too, because I've tried to explain it before. When you're trying to trim an aircraft that's going way too fast, the pressures that are against those control surfaces, you might do a better job of explaining that too. I've used the analogy of trying to push a car door open when you're going down the road at 100 miles an hour, and it's very hard to get that. It's the same thing you get on control surfaces when you're trying to trim something manually. You might go into a little bit further with that.
Sure. At high speed, I mean, this is why with any flight control problem, it's important to maintain control of the aircraft, and that usually means for a large commercial airplane staying below 250 knots. And then if you have something like a flap asymmetry or an undesirable control force, a lot of times you'll go back and reestablish what the previous configuration was. In this particular case, dealing with a trim issue, those forces are going to be much greater, which I believe is your point, at a higher speed because the controls are much more effective at high speed than they are at a slower speed.
So I'm going to, and there's been a lot of talk and directed at, people blaming the pilots and which I don't believe the pilots are to blame in this. I think they were fighting for their life, and that's exactly what they were doing. And the passengers, I think they were overwhelmed. I think they were trying to figure out what was going on. We know they re-engaged the system, but I place a lot of that blame, and there's plenty of blame to go around in this whole thing. Again, whether that's manufacturer or pilot response or maintenance, whatever it is. But I still go back to, and I've said this before, the Ethiopian government that owns Ethiopian Airlines in that particular crash, that's who I place a lot of focus on because they put those two individuals in that cockpit. And it's unfortunate, that that's the case. And that's the thing that worries me more than anything else, because we do have different training standards throughout the world, very different training standards. And when you have an airline that's growing as fast as they were growing, and you're throwing people in the cockpit that, they may know how to fly the computer, but it goes back to what you said. You still have to come back, and I've said this before too, the most important safety factor you can have in any aircraft is a pilot that can handle, whatever that situation is. And I don't care if the pilot has 200 hours or 20,000 hours. There are pilots that I'll get in an airplane with that have 200 hours that I believe in their ability, and there's pilots out there that have 20,000 hours, and I'll never get in an aircraft with. It's all about how they handle whatever situation it is. And so I still come back to, international training standards. I think we're going to hear a little bit about that, and if we have more questions, I've got some questions for the folks that have been reviewing this, because I know there's some talk about pilot training standards, but I do appreciate your perspective on this, and and again, I think there's a lot of blame to go around, but I do feel bad for those two pilots because I think they were absolutely overwhelmed with the task at hand.
Well, Congressman, I would just say, I appreciate your comments, but I would just caution everyone, and I think you would agree with this, I'm not about casting blame on anyone or anything. I'm about identifying problems, issues, and developing solutions and improving the process. And there's a lot to be done in all of these areas, both with the technical processes, the human factors issues, and international pilot training standards as well.
I completely agree with you, and that's exactly why we're here, which I appreciate, the chairman's point of view and what the committee is trying to do. It's unfortunate that we had to have people killed, to get to this point, which has happened before in government, and but I do think we need to be cautious as we move forward too. We have to fix the system, whatever needs to be upgraded. But I do think we have to be very cautious moving forward and not have knee-jerk reactions, because we do want to keep and this comes back to my initial statement. I want to make sure that we have a safe system. I do believe we have the safest system in the world, and it's the gold standard, and I want to make sure it stays that way, but I don't want to tear it apart by the same token. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman for his questions, and we're going to proceed in order of seniority, and first would be Rep. Norton. Seniority and arrival. If you weren't here at the beginning, then you're...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very important hearing. I appreciate this hearing today, and Administrator Dixon, I appreciate your being here. Let me say I also appreciate the answers you have provided so far to the Quiet Skies Caucus, of which I am a co-chair. We are concerned, obviously, about allegations that FAA was a captive of the industry. So I want to ask you a series of questions. that go to Boeing's delays in providing safety information. It looks like repetitive delays. We're trying to see whether or not we can break with that. In 2015, did the FAA enter into a settlement agreement with Boeing, that's 4 years ago, to resolve multiple enforcement cases against Boeing that were either pending or under investigation at the time?
Yes, we did.
Is it also true that under the agreement, Boeing had to immediately pay $12 million into the U.S. Treasury?
Yes, ma'am.
Moving forward, is it also true that Boeing faced up to $24 million in additional penalties through 2020 if certain conditions were not met?
That is correct.
Do these genesis of settlements show a pattern of systemic issues on the part of Boeing, including failure to identify problems, failure to put corrective actions in place, inadequate resources, and inadequate training?
Well, I would say I have yet to conclude that with respect to the settlement agreement, but it's something that's under consideration, and it could be the subject of future litigation, but I certainly reserve the right to take further action with respect to that agreement.
Yeah, we're talking about in the past now, failure to identify problems, failure to put corrective actions in place. You're saying that's under litigation?
Well, no, it's not under litigation, but it's a consideration about what actions may occur in the future with respect to the remaining actions before the 2020 timeframe that you talked
Well, I
about.
think those failures are pretty adequate, pretty clear, Administrator Dixon. In designing and developing and manufacturing the 737 MAX, Boeing has run into issues in meeting the obligations in most of these categories. Isn't that true?
I'm sorry, can you restate that? I'm not sure
Yes.
I understood the
In
question.
designing and in developing and manufacturing the 737 MAX, isn't it true Boeing has run into issues in meeting the obligations in most of the categories I just previously named?
I'm not aware, perhaps Mr. Lawrence may be aware, I'm not aware of any specific issues. I know
Has
there-
Boeing met all the obligations under the agreement?
That is still under evaluation right now.
Within the last decade, Boeing has had 2 worldwide groundings of relatively new airplanes, the 787 Dreamliner and 737 MAX, and encountered numerous compliance issues in the time since Boeing paid the $12 million settlement, and I'm assuming that settlement, that payment was made. Has FAA assessed any additional financial penalties on Boeing pursuant to the 2015 agreement?
Not at this time, but as I mentioned earlier, that is under consideration, and I reserve the right to go ahead and proceed appropriately.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentlelady. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I too want to extend my condolences to the families of the victims of this tragedy, and just unbelievable you have to suffer through this. I'm glad you're here today. Mr. Dickinson, just to kind of start this out a little bit, you mentioned about identifying problems, and to me it seems like what I've tried to learn on this is software glitch, maybe a sensor issue, pilot awareness and training, and then also that some of the problems trying to identify. But then my overall question, talking about, is you're the new administrator, when you came in, were you concerned about what the relationship was with the FAA inspectors and the Boeing technical people inspectors, and the relationship and the culture between the two?
I knew there were questions about that. Of course, my experience is from the commercial airline industry, 27 years and 12 years as a senior leader of flight operations, and I've seen the power and the benefit of safety management systems, and that you know, it's how it's led to the incredible margin of safety that we have now. But manufacturing is a new environment for me, and what the regulatory process is. I think one of the challenges that you have in an aircraft certification project is that it takes place over many years. And so I've become aware of throughout this committee's investigation, the result, or what we've seen so far, the Joint Authority's technical review, my own observations and conversations with the team out in Seattle about when we're bringing in various parts of the team and how engaged everyone is from beginning to end of the process. So there's the relationship between the FAA and the manufacturer, but there's also how the pieces within the FAA are fitting together and working together and communicating with each other.
And it's expanding a little bit, our relationship, the FAA relationship with the European Union Aviation Safety Agency, and with the relationship with Airbus and other manufacturers, foreign manufacturers, for compliance, for inspection and certification.
It's a different model, similar, but I think the issues are very similar. Over in Europe, they have, again, a different legal construct, and EASA would actually have to take certificate action. Our system is a little more flexible in some respects. Delegation is something that has to be earned. It's a privilege, and it's really reliant on our trust, you know, with the applicant. And to the extent that that needs to be addressed, that will affect the decisions going forward.
Mr. Kiefer, as you as a tab member of the Technical Advisory Board, you conduct part of conducting the review of the 730 MAX changes and pilot training recommendations to ensure independence and an unbiased review. The 737 MAX changes. How is that review and which progress, and where do you think the conclusions related to the safety changes to date?
So as far as conclusions go, our team is we still have work ongoing with Boeing. We have action items to Boeing for further safety assessments. We're also waiting to see the final training modules and so forth. But the items that we have reviewed to date are looking good.
So you're the software changes.
Yes, the software changes that have been put in place are addressing the failures that led to the two accidents, and
was there also a sensor issue or not lack of duplication or reduction? More additional sensors?
So I'll address that by saying one of the new changes that Boeing has made to the software will have the MCAS as a system looking at both angle of attack sensors on the aircraft, so that if one should fail, like they did in the two mishap aircraft, the system will detect that and disable MCAS.
On pilot training and awareness, do you have any concerns that the additional training and awareness when it fails, that what does the manufacturer do to make sure that the pilots are more aware of training? Do you have any comments on that?
So far as I've seen the training that they've developed and our team, the training that we've seen is adequate.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unanimous consent to put my opening statement in the record. Thank you. Administrator Dixon, the faces of the people being shown over here, I don't know whether you can see them, are indelibly in our mind. And the only thing we're trying to get at is how we avoid this again. And so The last two airlines developed by Boeing, the 787 and the 737 MAX, have been the subjects of worldwide groundings. Before the 787 grounding, the last airline type to be grounded was the DC-10 in 1979. What do these groundings tell us about Boeing's ability to deliver quality, airworthy airplanes? And what do these groundings tell us about FAA's ability to conduct effective oversight of the aircraft certification process?
Well, thank you. It's an appropriate question. I want to ensure that you and everyone here in the committee, the families and the American public know that my highest priority is to make sure that nothing like this happens again. But not only that, that we continue to raise the margin of safety in the U.S. aviation system and use our influence to do so around the world. These groundings, again, I think they illustrate that what we have done historically we cannot be satisfied with. We cannot. We've got to continue to put process improvements in place. We've got to support our people. We've got to make sure we've got the right skill sets in our workforce, and that we're making decisions the right way with safety as our absolute highest priority. So again, that involves just culture, both within the manufacturer and the regulator, the separation of safety issues from business issues. There can't be undue pressure on one side or the other, and we've got to make sure that that system is absolutely clean. I think we also need to remember that in hindsight, there are other accidents that have happened over history where airplanes were not grounded because we didn't have data at the time, and TWA 800 is an example. We have Air France 447 where there were some similar human factors and issues involved there. And I think that again, this is where pointing the finger of blame prematurely ends up being counterproductive because we just move on to the next thing. So I think that my interest is in the whole system and how all the parts interact. And as flight decks and airplanes continue to become more and more modernized, we need to understand that humans are a part of the system. They're a part of the design process. They're a part of maintaining the aircraft. They're a part of operating the aircraft. And human frailty and our ability to be able to engage with systems and be a part of the system, all of that needs to be taken into account in the design moving forward.
Thank you very much. Do you believe that the recent failures of the Boeing 737 MAX or Boeing's ability to deliver safe, reliable airplanes says anything about the organization designation authorization structure?
It's a good question, and I think that, again, as I said before, the ability to delegate to the private sector has existed for decades, and it actually, in one form or another, it goes back to the 1920s. And if you look at the commercial airlines, which again is what I'm most familiar with, the certificate management offices that oversee the major airlines have typically 30 or 40 operations inspectors who are supervising a pilot force at that airline of maybe more than 10,000. But they rely on those who are flying the airline every day, the line check airmen, the instructor designees, who are really there and take their obligations as FAA designees very seriously. I think there's an analogy to being able to do the same thing at the manufacturer, but that doesn't mean that there aren't improvements that need to be put into place. I think that the ability to have higher fidelity data around the globe, we have airplanes that can stream data almost immediately off the airplane now. And we need to be able to put protocols, we need to work with labor, we need to work with the manufacturers, and we need to work with within the FAA to make sure we can take that data, and it will allow us to make better decisions under an appropriate safety management system.
Thank you. Mr. Massey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kiefer, can you get into a little more detail about the changes to the flight control system that you've observed that have been made?
Yes, sir. So there are 4 main changes that have been made to the speed trim system and MCAS and the flight control system of the 737 MAX. The first is, as I said, there's now going to be an angle of attack sensor comparison between the 2 angle of attack sensors. If they vary more than 5.5 degrees from each other, the speed trim system and MCAS will be disabled. The next one is a maximum stab trim command limit. So this is a limit put into the software that will prevent the stabilizer from trimming to a point where the pilot will no longer have control authority by pulling on the control wheel alone using elevator controls. The other one is the MCAS resynchronization change that has been made. This change will account for any manual trim inputs that the pilot makes with the electric manual trim while MCAS is activating, and then return the trim back to that new setting once MCAS is done, or once angle of attack has come back out of the MCAS range. This also will prevent more than one MCAS firing during an angle of attack event. The last change is a change that has the 2 flight control computers in the aircraft monitoring each other's performance, and if there's a errant or spurious trim command that comes from one that isn't also commanded by the other, it'll shut that trim system off.
It seems like after the first crash and definitely after the second crash, there was sort of a rush to the flight simulators and let's recreate the problem and see how pilots respond to that. And in hindsight, we know it was a combination, the failures were a combination of human factors, user interface design, and an individual component failure. In the certification process, before even the plane is certified, is there enough testing of in the flight simulator of individual component failure? It seems like with the 737 MAX, when there were changes to the user interface, the flight control system, it would have been wise to go into the flight simulator then and simulate failures like the angle of attack sensor instead of after the fact. Can you tell us, Mr. Lawrence, to what degree those things are tested for in the certification process?
Thank you very much for the question. Human factors testing and flight testing is a current requirement of any aircraft certification project. And in fact, just to warrant that, that is one of the reasons why we've had a delay in the reintroduction of the 737. It was that very testing earlier this year that our test pilots identified some issues and required some additional changes to the system. And that's when we added the additional comparators and changed in the flight control system so that the 2 computers would be talking to each other. So it is a factor in the system, and it is flight tested as well. So obviously some things you don't want to go up and flight test some things that are very dangerous. That's why the simulators are used. But we try to accommodate every possible failure that we can think of in the testing and certification of the aircraft up front.
Both crashes were tragic, and if we knew all the factors in hindsight, they probably could have been avoided. But the second one seems more tragic given that it was the similar set of factors as the first. In hindsight, or looking forward, better yet, what could we do between after a crash like the Lion Air crash? What could you do at the FAA to prevent the second crash? I'm not saying what should people have done before, but what are we going to do going forward to stop the second crash from ever happening? Mr. Dixon?
Well, I think it's a great question. I think I would just go back to the availability of data earlier and to be able to look at root causes, because ultimately we're looking at a process by which a fix is being put in place, and how urgent and what kind of time frame are we looking at, or is it a high enough risk? You know, remember, this is all about managing risk, and is it a high enough risk that the airplane would actually need to be grounded?
Thank you. My time's
First question.
expired.
With that, Representative Larson, the chair of the subcommittee.
Thank you. Mr. Dixon, you were a pilot, active pilot for Delta for how long?
For 27 years.
For 27 years. And during that, and then after you were a pilot for Delta, you worked for Delta in operations, is that right?
Well, I was, during my career, I flew as a line pilot for about 9 years, and then was the Senior Vice President of Flight Operations for the last 12 years of my career.
Okay, so, and in that role, you were pretty active inside of Delta, as well as with outreach to the federal government in a variety of, in a capacity to the FAA.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I know you've been on the job for 4 months, but you weren't just airdropped into this job at FAA. You actually know what you're doing coming into the job. Is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence, you've been at the FAA for about 9 years, even though in your new job you just started last year, 2018. But before that, you were active in Experimental Aircraft Association, a variety of other things. You just weren't airdropped into your job last year. You actually know what you're doing into this new job, right?
Correct.
All right. So I think you should be proud of your credentials and not underplay them and the role that you play, both looking forward and in looking back. I wasn't in Congress when a lot of things passed in Congress, but I'm in my job and I'm responsible for those things. You're responsible for the things that happened before you got there, just as other people were, but you're responsible now for those things that happened before you got there.
Absolutely.
As well as you being responsible going forward.
Absolutely. The buck's, I mean, I'm responsible.
I'm glad we can agree on that. Also, I would note that the existing ODA program didn't exist in the 20s, although ODA in some form did exist back in the 20s. The existing one started in 2005, passed under an FAA law. So that's what we're dealing with now as well. Right. Not what it was in the 20s, what it is now. And it's very different than what it was. So I just want to really sort of establish some baseline here about what we're talking about. Not the 20s, not the fact that you're new to the job, because you're actually not all that new to the job. So, and given that, I want to ask you about some of the decisions that have been made at the FAA. You may not be able to answer them today, but you need to answer them. For instance, Boeing CEO Mullenberg stated to us the FAA fully vetted the company's 2016 revised system safety assessment, but the Indonesian accident authorities found that the FAA's response was simply to accept that submission. So fully vetted versus simply accept, with a note indicating that that approval was delegated to Boeing. So that's what the Indonesian air authorities noted in their report. So is that the process? Is fully vetting, is all that means that Boeing gave it to the FAA and the FAA accepted that? And that's what fully vetting means?
Fully vetting, in my definition, doesn't mean that. I would defer to Mr. Lawrence on the technical details, but I would say that it's, from my understanding, is it's not unusual for design applicants to come in and ask for certain things to be delegated.
Mr. Lawrence?
So fully vetted would not just be a cursory review, and that is not what is done in the system. As we've talked about in the past, delegation is really used primarily in routine and well-understood areas, but it also relies on the data that were provided, and that has been mentioned earlier today, is an area that we are focusing on. If we don't have the right information, it won't result in the correct answers.
So the JADA report also found MCAS certification deliverables were not adequately updated by Boeing to reflect the changes to the flight control system. We've sorted that out in the last hearing. At any time during the process, did the FAA notify Boeing that these documents were in fact insufficient? And if not, why not? I'm trying to get at gaps in the process we use to certify. That's what I'm getting at. But so, if not, why not?
There's, you know, my understanding is the design change for MCAS, which is what I believe you're referring to, was not made evident to the aircraft evaluation group, which would be responsible really for looking at the operational implications of how the system was working. There may have been some conversations within either the flight test or technical area of the FAA. So I think what it indicates is this issue of fragmented communication and the fact that there was information out there, but it was difficult to put the whole picture together to make a sound decision. That's absolutely something that we need to address going forward.
Okay, I ran out of time. I have other questions, but I had to spend so much time bucking up your credentials to show that you are qualified to answer these questions for us today. And they don't all have to take, we need to get to the folks who made these decisions as well. But I have confidence that you have the credentials to answer these questions and help us. And also have confidence to find out where the gaps are and hold folks responsible for that as well. And I'll hold you responsible for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Now, Representative Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to acknowledge the representatives of those and their families who are lost in the tragedy and offer my condolences as well. We appreciate your attendance and advocacy here today. Mr. Dickinson, Administrator, we want to make sure that we have all the information so that we can trust the fidelity of the outcome of this when it finally is complete. In that vein, on October 7th of this year, the AP broke a story entitled, "Airline Went Into Records After MAX Crash, Engineer Says," which detailed the contents of a whistleblower complaint submitted to the FAA and other international air safety regulators by Ethiopian Airlines former Chief Engineer Jonas Yashanu. Can I ask unanimous consent to have this entered into the record?
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Chairman.
ordered.
The allegations outlined in the complaint are shocking and speak to a culture of corruption permeating the state-owned airline, Ethiopian safety regulators, and the Ethiopian government at large. If true, the allegations of fabricating documents, signing off on shoddy repairs, and even beating those who got out of line appear to be directly relevant to investigations into the cause of the crash in question. Do you have an update on the status of the investigation into this complaint, and do you expect the completion of this investigation prior to the publication of the crash investigation report? And in light of these allegations against Ethiopian Airlines, a state-owned enterprise, and that nation's safety regulators, does the FAA still have confidence in the integrity and validity of the current crash investigation being led by the Ethiopian government?
Well, thank you for the question. I do not have an update today, but I will just say that, again, we in this process of improvement, we need to make sure as we make decisions and as the agency works with the committee to improve the margin of safety globally, that we take all of the factors into account. And of course, the FAA, I think, has a responsibility to influence globally, even those that we don't directly regulate. We do some of that through ICAO, but we also do it with bilateral and regional relationships as well. So as various facts come to light, we certainly need to take those into account as we make decisions.
Well, I appreciate your answer, and I would just caution you, I suppose, even though you don't have an update, it seems like we would want to make sure that we had all the relevant information prior to the report, the crash investigation report, and this might be relevant. May not, but we should know that. I'd like to switch gears here a little bit. The FAA has identified December 20th, just in a few days of this year, as the new projected date to release the NPRM on remote ID and tracking of UAS. Is FAA still on track to release the NPRM, which is essentially in 8 or 9 days? And if this date does pass without release of the rulemaking, what are your plans to hold people accountable for the continued delays?
Thank you for the question on remote ID. The process is it's actually out of the FAA at this point. It's gone. It's proceeded out of the Department of Transportation and is under review through OMB channels. And so I expect, any time now that we would have it out there. I don't have an exact date for you. I'm certainly hopeful that it will be by December 20th.
Could you restate that last part about December 20th?
I'm hopeful that it will be out by December 20th. I'm certainly planning on it.
But you will confirm it's out of FAA's hands now?
Well, it is already out of FAA's hands, yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Director. I yield.
I thank the gentleman, and OMB is a perpetual problem as we try and move forward on safety issues, and let's hope that they can get this one done promptly. With that, I turn to Representative Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Administrator Dixon, the U.S. aviation industry has to be commended in the FAA for stellar safety record we've had over the past decade up until the Lion accident, and our deepest condolences to the families, and thank you for being here. However, checks have uncovered a system both at Boeing and FAA about complacency in their commitment to safety, because they've had such a stellar record for so long, and complacency can be a dangerous thing, particularly in industries that produce that are truly safety critical. Despite this, we are not aware of any key efforts or initiatives in FAA to emphasize and re-energize the safety culture that once existed. We do understand that you've talked about, to you staff, about not rushing the process of ungrounding the MAX, for instance, and emphasizing safety first. But has FAA hired safety experts from outside aviation industry to take a fresh look at your processes? And have they begun to hire more human factors experts, as some reviews have suggested you should? Have you personally sat down with the FAA managers and FAA technical staff in their Seattle office to hear their recommendations in improving FAA and their concerns about oversight of Boeing? I'd like to know what you've done to address safety and oversight issues at FAA.
Well, thank you. It's a great question, and I actually welcome the opportunity to respond. On my first day at the agency, in my first town hall, I talked about the importance of just culture, which means that we need to have a systematic way for employees to bring their concerns forward, and we'll have better thought-through solutions. We can't have groupthink. We've got to have honest debate as we make these decisions. And my experience in the airline industry is that that kind of construct is extremely powerful in raising the safety bar. Along with that, in my first 3 weeks, I made a visit out to Seattle to see for myself and to talk to the team out there, and actually had a conversation with one of our human factors test pilots, PhD in human factors, and asked her whether we had adequate human factors expertise and whether it was embedded in our processes as effectively as it needs to be. And I learned a lot from that conversation. I think there's an opportunity for us to continue to update and improve those skills in our workforce, and that's a big area of focus for me.
Sir, we are particularly interested in the testimony of Dr. Ensley on the second panel dealing with the human factor involved with aircraft design, certification, and operation, a topic that I've discussion with a certain friend of mine, a professor of engineering at USC Meshkati. What do you think FAA and Boeing can do better to incorporate human factors into the design and certification process of airplanes to prevent future accidents?
That's a great question. I'm also interested in hearing the comments, human factors comments in the second panel, and I've had a chance to read the testimony. and couldn't agree more with the principles that are articulated there. I think as cockpits become more and more automated over the decades, the job of flying an airplane does not get easier, but what it does is it changes the nature of where the threat is that needs to be mitigated. And there's an issue sometimes with manual flying skills if we're operating in an automated fashion too often. There's also an issue with losing situational awareness. And this is, it's impossible to engineer out human error. So as we build modern airplanes, it's very important to do so in a way that keeps the pilot engaged with the flight path of the aircraft, because ultimately, managing the flight path of the aircraft, putting it where it needs to be at any point in time, whether it's on the ground, taxiing the airplane, or flying it in the air, it amounts to three things. And that is understanding where your airplane is supposed to be, understanding your clearance, putting the airplane there to comport with the clearance, and then making sure it stays there. And humans are not very good passive monitors. And so this is where the issues about how engaging and the forms of tactile feedback that are presented to the pilot as he or she is flying the aircraft are extremely important, even as flight decks become more automated in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank Gentlelady for his questions and the answer. Representative Davis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all of our witnesses for being here. There are 794 Boeing employees living in my congressional district who work at their facilities in St. Louis, Missouri, or Muscoda, Illinois. And back in October, we had the Boeing CEO before this committee sitting right where you are, Administrator Dixon. And I explained to him that anytime we have tragedies like those that are being discussed today, it really breaks my constituents, our workers that are there, breaks their hearts, because they want to make sure that the planes that they're manufacturing are going to be able to fly safely, and we don't have tragic accidents that affected so many families that are here in this room today. And again, I echo my colleague from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry's comments. Our hearts go out to you, our condolences, but thank you for your presence. Administrator Dixon, in your testimony, you mentioned you're working tirelessly to ensure the FAA learns from mistakes surrounding these tragedies. And I know you mentioned in your testimony, I know you've answered some of my colleagues' questions, but what specifically have you not addressed yet is the FAA doing to ensure that oversight programs work to protect passengers flying by plane and also to preserve the dignity of the workers, my constituents who build the planes?
Well, thank you for the question. I certainly, we're all in this together. And, the situation with the 737 MAX is unprecedented in many respects. And so for the time being, we have pulled that work inside the FAA. We're not delegating anything to Boeing because the expectation is that, the FAA is going to, use its resources and the resources of others. We talked about the tab here to make sure that we dot every I and cross every T. And that's not to be bureaucratic or slow about it, but we need to make sure that the public has confidence in the airplane, and I'm confident that I would put my own family and those Boeing employees would put their own families on the airplane once we are finished with this process. So we're, we have a number of milestones yet to complete. We have gone through the workload management engineering simulator modules most recently. That data is being analyzed, and we are currently looking at how the software has been developed along with our international partners and running all the audit trees that need to be run when you're talking about software. After that, there'll be a certification flight, and then, as you know, I'm going to be flying the airplane myself before I sign off on it. Separately, we are involving not only U.S. trained pilots, but pilots from around the world in ensuring that the training requirements that we require for getting the airplane flying again are where they need to be. Mr. Lawrence, I don't know if you had anything else you wanted to add.
Any other witnesses want to add? Okay, well, Administrator, thank you. And I'm going to relay the same thing that I relayed to Boeing's CEO. Look, we expect results. No family should go through the tragedy that these families have gone through. We know there are things that we can all do better. We want to be here to assist you in the FAA to make that happen, but results matter. And I certainly appreciate your presence here today, certainly appreciate your leadership, and look forward to working with you. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlemen, and with that, Representative Lipinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start off by, so that no one out there faints, I do not believe we should get rid of ODA. I'm not suggesting that, but I wanted to preface what I was going to say with that, because, Minister, you had said that the system is not broken, but improvements can be made. When we've seen 346 people die, and there was a second crash, and we knew more after the first crash before that second crash. And so I would say the system is broken. Something went wrong. First thing I want to raise is something Chairman DeFazio raised at the beginning, the MCAS risk assessment document that after the first crash. Do you know, are you aware of where this came, well, who saw this document in the FAA?
I was not involved in that. I'm not sure exactly. I can't speak for who saw it. I know that it was, again, it is a decision tool that
And who makes the decision then?
well, that the board that comes together on continuous airworthiness essentially uses it to make its decisions. Earl can walk you through how that process works.
So whenever we get reports, and we get reports on a regular basis, we're constantly plugging those reports into tools and evaluating what action needs to be taken. And obviously, this was a very large action. We didn't need the forms to tell us this was a tragedy, and then we needed to act quickly. But the forms do educate us in how to respond. And what these
was
forms...
this an acceptable risk, though?
It is not an acceptable risk, and that is why we issued an emergency AD before we even completed the first set of evaluations, and then followed up with several other evaluations of what additional actions needed to be taken.
Ask a question on that. Then you mentioned the emergency AD, because I wanted to ask, why was there no mention of MCAS in that emergency AD?
So the Continuing Airworthiness Review Board is made up of pilots from our aircraft evaluation group. It's made up of maintenance people, made up of engineers. They evaluated all the information, and they made a determination not to use those words because those words were not included in the Boeing manuals to start with. And there was a discussion, would that create too much confusion? Because the system that needed to be addressed was the trim system. And so they did not use those words at that time because the action that needed to be taken by the pilots was the
all started
trim
with
runaway checklist.
MCAS not being named in the manual to begin with. I don't have that much time, so one other thing that I wanted to mention, follow up a little bit on what Mr. Larson, Chairman Larson, had been talking about. I have a degree as a mechanical engineer. I know a little bit about airplanes, not certainly as much as the pilots here do, but I also have a degree in systems engineering. I don't understand how it's possible that that part of the procedure is not to look at the entire system. It makes no sense to me that you would just look at each piece of the system and not how the entire system works together. And to me, that says to me that the process is broken. The ODA process is broken. I just want to be very clear that I think that that needs to be changed. Administrator Dixon, I wanted to get your response on that.
I think the use of integrated system safety assessments is absolutely an area that we have incorporated actually in the MAX process up to this point, and putting gates into the process at which this occurs more frequently is definitely something that we need to be looking at. And remember, those system safety assessments are, that's actually one of the process improvements I'm talking about, putting in place in the very short term, even with ongoing certification activity.
Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and in my first questions, I did ask that you would look at the distribution of this TARM report, and I would like, given what Mr. Lawrence just said, to know specifically if the continued airworthiness panel received this document and considered it at that time. Thank you. With that, I would recognize Representative Babin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you, expert witnesses from the FAA as well, for your testimony. I also want to thank the families and friends of those who were lost in the tragedies. Before I get to my questions, I want to make just a quick comment. I think it's lamentable that we're once again discussing the Boeing 737 MAX crashes, and not one FAA official in charge from the time when the decisions related to the certifications in question were made has been asked to testify. I know that Ranking Member Sam Graves and Ranking Member Garrett Graves have requested the chairman hold a hearing with these individuals, and I look forward to that in the future. Administrator Dixon, could you briefly discuss how other countries certify their planes? And maybe Mr. Lawrence can chime in here as well. Do they have something similar to the process that we use here? It's my opinion, and that of several others, that we shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater because our system and processes are not broken. But what improvements could be made to our current framework to ensure proper certification oversight?
So it's a great question, and I'll let Mr. Lawrence elaborate on my 35,000-foot answer.
Okay.
The processes around the world, and we're really talking about the four primary states of design that we are working with. Although there are other entities that build and design airplanes, it's really EASA, the Europeans, the Canadians, and the Brazilians. And processes are similar because of different legal formulations and the fact that EASA is a multinational regulator that sits on top of the national regulatory authorities. There are some differences in how far their process goes and how it's managed. I think that there are, the concepts are the same in terms of delegation, but rather than delegating individual items, for example, if you contrast our system with the Europeans, we have a lot of flexibility in delegating, and it's basically a privilege to be able to delegate certain items. Usually, as Mr. Lawrence said earlier, they're pretty routine items, but and the FAA can modify those decisions once it starts. Whereas in Europe, they actually have a design certificate essentially for the manufacturing entity. So really the whole process is delegated in many respects, but there's not the ability to delegate individual items. They have an oversight system set up to look at that.
Okay, yeah, briefly as you can, Mr. Lawrence, I have another question or two. Thank you.
No, I think that's a very good description. The key difference is on the legal system that EASA and the European Union is working under, it is a certificate that a manufacturer, a design organization achieves, and so they have an approval. So it is really a different system. There's not a constant review of things, and in our system, we can pick and choose what we want to review, what we feel we need to review. Where there's more upfront work, though, in the European system, I would say there's a lot more review and understanding ahead of time, and those are some of the things that we're looking to do as well.
Okay. Thank you. We've heard a lot about how assumptions may have been made about pilot capabilities that we're learning may not have been accurate. Can you shed some light on how those assumptions were made as quickly as possible, Mr. Dixon?
The assumptions are really of some long standing in terms of the technical requirements. They were developed over a period of years with test pilots and engineers. And I don't know if there's any other details on that, Earl, that you'd like to share, but these are some of the things that, as a result of the reviews that we're doing now and other external reviews that are being revisited.
Okay, thank you. And then adding to it, in your opinion, is there anything that we in the United States can do to standardize the qualifications of pilots globally? We've done that well here domestically, I think very well, but what about internationally, and what role could the FAA play in encouraging that?
Thank you for the question. I think that the FAA can play a very influential role there. As a matter of fact, we introduced a paper at the recent ICAO assembly, and was part of the team that went up there, the International Civil Aviation Organization, about lifting global pilot training standards. And so that is something that we have taken on as an agency already. And but then we'll also have similar discussions with regional regulatory entities and associations, as well as some of the bilateral relationships that we have around the world.
Okay, thank you. My time's expired. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. With that, Representative Cohen.
Thank you, Chairman, and Ranking Member Graves for holding this important hearing, and thanks to the witnesses for being here today and to the families. And again, I should express my condolences. Today's hearing is another significant step in our oversight of the two fatal Boeing 737 MAX accidents. These tragedies, which claimed the lives of 346 individuals, have unearthed a slew of problems regarding the FAA's ability to effectively oversee those it regulates. For instance, one issue that has raised serious concerns relates to the angle of attack, AOA, disagree alerts. An AOA disagree alert warns pilots when the aircraft's AOA's angle of alert sensors do not match. In August 2017, Boeing learned that the AOA disagree alerts were only functional on the planes where customers also purchased an optional AOA indicator. To put that into context, 20% of Boeing's 737 MAX customers purchased those optional AOA indicators. AOA disagree alerts were not functioning then on about 80% of the 737 MAX aircraft sold to airlines around the world. Southwest Airlines, which does operate in my hometown, even said in a statement that it only learned that the statement was optional after the Lion Air tragedy. We learned at our previous hearings in October that Boeing initially decided to wait to fix the defect for 3 years after discovering this flaw. Boeing also confirmed that it kept producing planes with this known defect and did not inform the FAA or its customers about it until after the Lion Air crash in October 2018. This was over a year after Boeing learned about the defect. More alarmingly, the Indonesian Civil Aviation Authority's final report on the Lion Air crash found that the inoperative AOA disagree alert on the airplane, quote, contributed to the crew being denied valid information about abnormal conditions, unquote. This is completely unacceptable. Someone needs to be truly held accountable. Someone needs to be held accountable at Boeing. And Administrator Stephen Dixon, the FAA shares in this. Why has the FAA not taken any actions against Boeing, including a civil penalty, for knowingly delivering aircraft with defective, non-functioning parts that pilots believed were functioning?
Well, thank you for the question, Congressman. And I have not made a decision on this and a number of other matters, as I mentioned earlier. I've expressed my disappointment to the Boeing leadership about that they need now and previously to be transparent in the sharing of information with my team here at the agency. And so I reserve the right to take further action, and we very well may do that. I'm not going to say today exactly what that may consist of, but the facts that you just presented will certainly go into that decision.
Thank you, sir. Do you think that it almost borders on criminal? They have knowledge of a defect, and they don't give notice, and they invite the flying public onto those planes?
I don't have an opinion on that. I will say that, again, if you look at the, as I said in my remarks or in answer to a question earlier, I am not at this point interested in casting blame, because I want to run all of these issues to ground, and I want to fix the problem. There will be time for the rest as we move forward. The Boeing has, grounding the airplane, not delegating anything during the MAX return to service process, not delegating the airworthiness certificates on each individual undelivered aircraft. We talked earlier about the SLATRAX enforcement action, and I haven't ruled out other actions as necessary and as you point out, and I will take those actions.
Thank you. I appreciate you doing that. There are serious concerns about Boeing's transparency about the alert system that have been raised. Today I introduced the Safety is Not for Sale Act. I introduced it with Senators Markey and Feinstein, who introduced it earlier in the Senate. This bill will require all air carriers to adopt additional safety features and ensure all non-required safety-enhancing equipment is offered or provided to all carriers without an additional charge. Aviation safety should not be treated as a luxury bought or sold for an extra fee. Mr. Nader would say you shouldn't charge for seatbelts, and you shouldn't. The flying public expects and deserves more. I look forward to continuing to work with my fellow committee members and relevant stakeholders to ensure the safety and airworthiness, hopefully, of the Boeing 737 MAX. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now I'll turn to the ranking member of the subcommittee, Garrett Graves, Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to cite the comments that my friend from California, Ms. Napolitano, made earlier about the safety of the domestic aviation industry, the FAA. I was reading a Wall Street Journal article this morning, and it cited how prior to the 737 MAX disasters, I believe it was the Boeing planes had an accident 1 out of every 10 million flights. Comparatively, if you look at the European, Brazilian, Canadian, and other manufacturers that are largely governed by their civil aviation authorities, it was an accident once for every 3 million flights. So again, 1 in every 10 million flights, 1 in every 3 million flights. And we certainly do need to get back to that level of safety, or as I said before, even better. In the aftermath of the Indonesian crash, so there was an emergency airworthiness directive that was put in place, which is rare. But also, there was the CARB was established, a Corrective Action Review Board. Did the Corrective Action Review Board, were there any recommendations they made that FAA did not follow?
No, the FAA followed the recommendations from the experts on the CARB, and that was to develop the software, the MCAS software change.
And these are technical experts?
Yes, sir.
And did they recommend a grounding?
They did not.
They did not recommend a grounding. When the plane was ultimately grounded in the aftermath of Ethiopia, which actually, by the way, in the Ethiopian Air disaster, did they comply with the EAD? Did the crew comply with the EAD in that case?
Well, again, the accident report is not out yet, so it remains to be seen. On my first day at the agency, I did have a chance to see the flight data recorder information from the both accidents and compare the two. And in my estimation, for whatever reason, the AD procedures that the FAA expected to be followed were not followed.
And so just want to make sure we highlight this, because in the future, if something happens and an AD is issued, an emergency airworthiness directive is issued, we need to ensure that there is a better process that those lessons learned are actually applied and complied with. And so I think that's one of the many lessons learned. And you're exactly right, and I want to express caution with my own statements. We do need to make sure we wait for the Ethiopian report to be completed to see what their takeaways are. A question was asked of you earlier, and I want to give you an opportunity to perhaps clarify. You were asked if you were responsible for decisions of your predecessors. Now look, I ultimately ran for the Congress because I was frustrated by what was here and I wasn't happy with the performance. That motivated my decision to run. We are where we are as a nation today. As a Congress, we are where we are as an FAA. Are you responsible for each of the decisions that were made that got us to where we are? Or are you responsible with where we are now and where we go?
Well, I appreciate your comments, Congressman Graves. I feel responsible regardless, and that's just who I am. And I think it's important that, Chairman DeFazio mentioned the career professionals at the FAA. I need to advocate for them, and I need to support them. I need to make sure that they've got the tools and the direction and the support, whether it's Earl Lawrence and his team, or Ali Barami and the Aviation Safety Organization, Flight Standards, the Air Traffic Organization, whatever the case may be. My job as a servant leader is to make sure that they have what they need to be effective in their job. So I feel responsible for that. And I want to take those lessons that are learned and apply them to put improvements in place so that we continue to raise the bar on safety.
Well, and I certainly share the objective of raising the bar and ensuring that we have maximum safety. So let me get to the last point here. So the CARB did not recommend a grounding, but the plane was ultimately grounded. Was that a decision by the technical folks, or was that a decision by someone else to ultimately ground the plane?
That was a decision, I believe, that was made by Mr. Barami, I think, or at least was driven by the availability of additional data.
That was my understanding that it.
Yeah, and then Acting Administrator Elwell.
It came from Mr. Barami as well, and I just want to make note, Mr. Chairman, that this was not a decision of the technical folks. This was the decision of the leadership to ultimately ground the plane. Yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Representative Sears.
Thank you, Chairman, for holding this hearing. Administrator Dixon, thank you for being here. And my heart goes out to the family members that are here. Later on, we're going to be hearing from Ed Pearson, who oversaw a portion of the 737 MAX final assembly at the Renton plant in Washington State. Mr. Pearson wrote to and met with general managers of Boeing 737 fleet months prior to the Lion Air tragedy to express his concern that the safety and quality were being compromised due to Boeing's production pressures. According to Mr. Pearson, in early 2018, Boeing's job behind the schedule spiked to 10 times the normal amount, and the rollout on time percentage dropped to below 10%. Also, a parts backlog caused Boeing to begin experiencing substantial out-of-sequence work. This means work was performed outside its planned location or time, which increases the risk of mistakes. Boeing's tracking system saw quality issues increase by over 30%. I understand that Mr. Pearson's attorney has written to you 3 times.
He has written to me. I received a letter from him in September, I believe.
Well, according to us, 3 times in September to alert you to Mr. Pearson's concerns of chaotic, rapidly deteriorating factory conditions that he witnessed at the Boeing production facility. He also wrote that he believed the flying public will remain at risk unless this unstable production environment is rigorously investigated and remedied. Administrator Dixon, the FAA grants production certificate to Boeing's, right? They grant the...
Yes, sir.
Okay. Has the FAA investigated any of the production concerns of Boeing's that Mr. Pearson has raised?
We have engaged Mr. Pearson, and we are looking into these issues. Mr. Lawrence may have more details on this, but we take concerns wherever they come from seriously, and we have a process for dealing with that, for interviewing and investigating concerns that are raised by individuals and things that we observe during our own oversight.
So I don't mean to be difficult, but I just think to look into it doesn't seem enough. I want a commitment from you that we're going to investigate these concerns for the
And we are
sake of
doing
the-
that.
in the
You have
future.
my commitment. We are doing that.
Thank you. I don't have any further comments.
Okay, thank the gentleman, Representative Spano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too want to express my condolences to the members of the family that are here today. Prayers are with you, and just ask God's peace and comfort and as you deal with this difficult tragedy in your lives. I had an opportunity several months ago to have a meeting with a colleague of mine, a friend who's also a pilot and had flown the 737 MAX. At the time, he and I'm not a pilot, I just ride in airplanes. That's as much as I know about them. But what he expressed to me is there was a periodic briefing that pilots are provided, which potentially provides, essentially it's a binder that includes memos, directives, information that pilots should be aware of as it relates to safety issues on the planes that they're piloting. He told me that this particular issue with the MCAS system was, in fact, to his recollection, included within that binder of things to be aware of, right? But that it was kind of buried at the bottom of a stack of such memos. Okay, so I guess my question, and so from his perspective, and it certainly seems from my perspective as a layperson that, you know, if you're going to have a memo relating to an issue of such importance buried in a stack this big, are you really providing any meaningful, you know, direction to pilots? And so, given that kind of scenario, is that in fact the case? Can you comment on that? Appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, I believe, thank you for the question. I think it, you know, as Deputy Administrator Elwell had said in his previous testimony, it's my belief, and he shares it, that pilots should have known about the system on the airplane. It should have been part of the initial training, particularly as the design was changed so that it would operate more in the heart of the flight envelope. With respect to information about unscheduled stabilizer trim and the emergency airworthiness directive, as Mr. Lawrence said earlier, that is an extraordinary action. I think the last one that the FAA had done was about 2 years earlier in 2016. It is something that should be stamped on top of everybody's forehead out there. So if that's not reaching the level of prominence that it needs to in the operator community, that's definitely something that we need to look at.
Yeah, thank you. And I would encourage you to do that, because the takeaway that I got from my conversation from him is that he was certainly aware of the issue, but that the fact that you would have such an important memo with regard to an issue of safety is essentially buried. That can't happen. It seems to me that those should be issues that should be number one in terms of prominence. Another question I had for you is that and if there was a question earlier, I apologize, but are you aware of allegations by a former FAA safety engineer that the FAA's management safety culture is broken and demoralizing to dedicated safety professionals? And if you are, how do you respond to that allegation?
Well, I want to make sure, again, on my first day at the agency, I emphasized, and this has to come from the top, that we need to have a healthy safety reporting culture. It's what we demand of those that we regulate. I come from the airline business, and the ability to be able to systematically intake or uptake safety concerns is extremely important to the safe operation of an airline. And I think it's equally important, if not more so, within the agency. So we need to, as people raise issues, either through their chain of command, through their boss, or as whistleblowers, there also needs to be this middle ground where we're able to take in systematically safety concerns. One of the things that we need to do a better job of is going back after decisions are made and communicating to the workforce what all the considerations were and why decisions are being made. Because sometimes there may be a perception that, oh, you sided with this person or this company, or chose to retain something within the agency. That's not the right lens that we need to be looking at through these things. Also, we want to have a system where we encourage healthy debate as we make decisions. You're going to have, whether they're pilots or engineers, subject matter experts, you want to have that healthy debate, but ultimately somebody has to make the decision. And in these cases that you're referring to, the decision makers themselves are actually experienced technical experts as well.
Thank you, sir. I yield back.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Now, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd ask that the TARUM report that you displayed during your questioning be placed back on the screen. And Mr. Dixon, I'd like to direct your attention to it. In December of 2018, about 1 month after the Lion Air Flight 610 crash, the FAA performed this risk assessment that calculated the likelihood of future 737 MAX crashes caused by the erroneous MCAS activation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it's correct.
And this is the report that issued from that analysis, correct?
Yes, and actually my previous answer, I should elaborate. This is looking at all of the factors that went into the accident. So not only MCAS,
just
but the other factors, yes.
But you would admit that the results show an unacceptable risk.
Yes, and that's why the actions were taken.
In fact, it's a drastic unacceptable risk, is it not?
Yes, so what it's indicating to us is essentially over about a 45-year period that we would have an unacceptable level of risk, and so we need to take action to be able to reduce that risk to the level that we want.
So this is definitely an important document that exists within the bowels of the FAA, correct?
It is a decision support tool. Remember that before data like this was...
My question is that this document exists in the bowels of the FAA, correct?
It exists, I wouldn't necessarily say I think we're pretty aware of it at the highest levels of the FAA now.
When did the highest levels of the FAA, well, let me put it like this. Who was it that took action on this report, and when was the first action taken?
The first action was taken just about immediately, I think. Is that correct, Earl?
And so what was the date? And what was the action taken?
How would you describe that?
So the first action that was taken, sir, was the emergency AD even before these forms were completed.
Well, I want to know, after this form was completed, what was done? Okay. Because you've said that it was a drastically unacceptable risk, and it was, this study was performed prior to the Ethiopian Airlines crash, which my friends on the other side, by the way, want to try to impugn that it was the Ethiopian Airlines, an African airline, and their personnel who were somehow responsible for both of these crashes when this hearing is about the FAA certification process, and I resent that. But getting back to my point here, what was done about this report when it was first received by the FAA?
So again, this is a tool used by by a board that meets on a regular basis. And before this report was even completed, it was recognized that we needed to do additional work.
Okay, well, what I'm getting to is what was done after this report was generated.
Before this report was generated, the
After
action
the report
was
generated.
to
After the report was generated is what I'm getting at.
There wasn't an additional action after this because the action prior to this even being completed was to redesign the system. What this report guided the board to look at was how much time would we allow Boeing to redesign the system.
Well, let me ask this question. Can either one of you admit to yourselves that the FAA made a mistake in not taking action on this TARUM report when it was first issued?
I would say that this is something that we need to look at very closely. And
I mean, was a mistake made?
Obviously, the result is not satisfactory.
Well,
so
you just can't bring yourself to say that we made a mistake, and you weren't even there at the time.
Absolutely. This is a part of the process that needs to look at whether it's the data that goes into the decision. The decision did not achieve the result that it needed to achieve.
Now, is the fact that the FAA overseeing Boeing with 45 personnel to 1,500 to Boeing, does that indicate that perhaps there is a problem with staffing in the FAA certification process so that we don't allow the fox to guard the hen house to the extent that it happened with the 737 MAX?
If you could briefly answer his question, because we're over time.
I think that that's something that we need to look at. It's not numbers as much as it is the skill set within the workforce, because that group that's overseeing the Boeing ODA has the ability to draw resources from without the agency, very similar to the way that a certificate management office oversees an airline.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Representative Miller.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio. And to all of you who lost loved ones, my heart goes out to you. I hope you have been able to be surrounded by family and friends and your faith in love and the light that it will bring you. It was a horror for you, and my heart does go out to you. I think that this discussion and the questions that we've had today from both sides of the aisle indicates how we want to not ever have this happen again. It is definitely a bipartisan issue because we are all human beings and we all want to be safe, and I assume we all take airplanes somewhere at some time in our life. And there are moments when you fly, if you're not a pilot, you kind of go, oh, what was that? And so moving forward, it appears to me that we need more transparency and communication when it comes to creating an international aviation safety standard that does work for everyone. It also appears that there are many areas that we need to work on. The only way for us to come together to tackle safety is to understand that we need to take a multifaceted approach to the issue, and I believe that's what you all are trying to do. Mr. Dixon, can you elaborate on the Joint Authorities technical review and what exactly is included?
Well, thank you, and appreciate the question, the opportunity to comment. I agree with you 100% that these issues need to be looked at from an aviation system perspective. And we're seeing a lot of growth in the system internationally. And the U.S. is a fairly stable, it's a growing, healthy system, but it's a pretty mature, stable system. And what we do here, you know, we're selling airplanes around the world. It needs to be able to work everywhere. And so the issues that we need to look at may vary somewhat. But in terms of the JATA report, I think it's very important to understand that the FAA commissioned that group itself, but it's sort of like one piece of the pie. And it doesn't offer the complete perspective. The perspective from the tab is another perspective that will inform our future efforts. We also have the Secretary's Special Committee. We have the investigative activities of this committee, as well as the Senate Commerce Committee, and then also the DOT IG report. So all of these things, and including our own internal analysis, will help us get to the right answer, and that's what we look forward to working with you on. The JATA report really comes down to, if you take all of the 12 recommendations, it really comes down to 3 things, and that is a holistic approach, rather than, okay, I've followed this rule, you know, and work down the checklist. More transactional is the word that I use in aircraft design. A more effective integration of human factors considerations throughout the design of the aircraft, and not just building the machine and then figuring out how to operate it on the end. Now, that's simplistic. That's not how the process works today, but that is an end of the spectrum that maybe we need to move a little more closely to what I've described with a more integrated human factors approach. And then there are some shortcomings that have been identified that I've seen in how various offices within the manufacturer communicate with each other, and then the entities within the FAA. I think we need to bolster our systems engineering expertise. We don't build the airplane, we just need to oversee the process by which the manufacturer builds the airplane. And to do that, system engineering expertise is very important to understand how, you know, all of these systems interact. And then also project management discipline, because these certification projects take place over multiple years. And if you look at the continuing operational safety of a fleet, you're talking about a product that's going to be out there for maybe 35 to 50 years.
Okay.
From beginning.
I want to interrupt you also. I want to ask you, knowing that our products will be used across the world, often in places that we are not able to regulate, how can we continue to improve safety standards across the aviation as a whole?
Well, that's a great question, and it's something that is of great interest to me. Again, there are ways that we can work through ICAO, and there are ways that we can work bilaterally and regionally. But we also need to take a look at, you know, what are the responsibilities when you're developing and selling a product around the world, not just for a U.S. manufacturer, but for all the certification authorities that we talked about. And how do you take those issues into account? And does the manufacturer need to be looking at who the customer is in terms of what the support is?
I thank the gentleman for his answer. And just back for a minute to the TARM, and you know, I hate to keep believing, but I still think this is an incredibly critical issue. And in response to Rep. Johnson, you said the result wasn't satisfactory. I mean, again, I want to really track how that was utilized in the decision-making process, because yes, you issued an airworthiness directive, but that was the month before. Then you got the TARM, which says, no, wait a minute, we're going to lose 15 of these planes, and you just said 30 to 35 to 50 years, but when within 35 to 50 years, and unfortunately it was within 5 months. So I think it was way less than satisfactory. It was catastrophic. So with that, we would turn to Sean Patrick Maloney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dixon, do you know who Ed Pearson is?
I have not met him personally, but I know of him.
And you understand he was the senior manager at Boeing's 737 Renton, Washington plant, right?
Yes, I do.
And you understand he oversaw production for the 737 final assembly?
Yes.
And a moment ago, when you were responding to my colleagues' questions, you couldn't bring yourself to say that the FAA made any mistakes here. I know you used different language. I think some of us feel better if you showed a little more passion for this, sir. So I want to give you another opportunity at this. I know you knew that he wrote to you, that Mr. Pearson wrote to you once in September But in fact, he wrote to you 3 times, sir. He wrote to you in September, he wrote to you in October, and he wrote to you in November. And I know you just got on the job, but he didn't just write you letters. He sent you extensive information, didn't he, sir?
Yes.
On production problems that he identified at the Renton facility.
Yes.
So my question to you is, have you interviewed Mr. Pearson?
We have reached out to Mr. Pearson to schedule.
That's not my question. Have you interviewed him?
I know that we have contacted him, yes.
So
I don't know if
Excuse me. He's sitting right over there. Okay. Will you commit, as we sit here today, that you will interview Mr. Pearson?
Absolutely.
Will you investigate the production problems at the Renton facility?
Yes.
Have you done so to date?
I know that there's ongoing activity through our oversight.
Sir, I'm sorry, that's not good enough. You got a bunch of people over here who lost loved ones. Come on. Have you to date investigated production problems at the Renton facility?
I believe we have. I'm not aware of the details.
Well, let's talk about that. You got any information on that, Mr. Lawrence? Have you interviewed production line workers at Renton?
Yes, we have.
How many?
I cannot give you a specific number. We do have open investigations on the production of the 7.
Is it more than 5?
I would not quote a number without going back to my investigators to give you the exact number.
So it's fair to say that neither of you have any specific information about whether you've actually interviewed production workers at Renton. I mean, I know you say you think you have. I know you say you're going to look into it. Sir, we're sitting here at a hearing in the United States Congress. You've been on the job for a while now. I take it this is the most important thing on your plate, fair to say, right?
Absolutely.
So are we going to interview the production workers at the Renton facility? Is it going to be a real thing? Can you come to us and give us some answers to what you're actually going to dig into? Because we know this wasn't just a software problem, right? We know it was a hardware problem. And you got a guy who wrote you detailed information who served at the plant as the senior manager, who served 30 years in the Navy before that, Naval Academy grad, knows what he's talking about, couldn't get an answer to 3 detailed letters he sent you, never interviewed him as we sit here. And honestly, it'd be great if you had some specifics on what you've done to look at the production problems at that facility. Can you shed any light on that for us?
You have my commitment that we are looking into those problems, and we will continue to do so.
But you don't know whether you don't know how many workers you've interviewed?
Not sitting here today, no.
Mr. Lawrence?
We have interviewed workers, and we can provide those for questions for the record afterwards.
Have you reviewed, I'd appreciate that. Have you reviewed quality and production records from the facility?
Yes, we have.
Would you tell us about that?
There are ongoing investigations, and again, we can look at providing additional investigative reports at the appropriate time.
So you can't tell us anything about whether you've learned anything as we sit here about whether production problems detailed in great detail by Mr. Pearson in the letters he sent to you now months ago. I mean, are you aware that 4 months before the first crash, he brought these problems to Boeing's attention? You aware of that, gentlemen? 4 months.
I know that there were, yes, that concerns were raised, yes.
That's right. And do you understand that after the Lion Air crash, he went up and down the chain at Boeing? He went to the CEO. He went to the general counsel. He went to the board. Are you aware of that? He sent them letters too,
yes,
saying all the same things. And you know what they did? They sat on it until a second plane crash. That's what happened. A bunch more people lost their lives. Some of those pictures are right over there. And so we're sitting here now a year later, and neither of you can tell me whether you got anything specific on the production problems that he identified 4 months before the first crash. So I'm going to give you another chance, Mr. Dixon. Has the FAA made any mistakes here?
I think that's evident that we've got issues that I need to address and that our team needs to address, and that we have processes that need to be improved. So I would agree with you.
You can't say that word mistake, huh?
Well,
that one's just sticking on your lips there.
I don't want to blame other. I don't. Again,
not about blame, sir. It's about accountability. We're not trying to.
Okay. Again, I'm accountable. Okay. So I hold myself accountable.
Can you say that the FAA made a mistake in not taking seriously Mr. Pearson's concerns in a timely way?
We are taking all concerns, any concerns that are raised, we are going to take seriously and run them to ground in a systematic way so that we can make the right decisions.
Thank the gentleman for his question, and I would just ask very quickly, given the investigation, which you tell us is ongoing, of the production issues, will that be completed and instruct you in terms of whether or not the plane is allowed to fly and under what conditions it's allowed to fly and what conditions of inspection will be mandated on these planes before it's allowed to fly?
We will.
One thing that I can add is we have retained the airworthiness certificate, issuing of the airworthiness certificates, and so the FAA will be doing that this time. It is not going to be part of the Boeing system, so we will be doing that ourselves to assure that they are in airworthy condition before any are returned to service.
All right, thank you. Mr. Meadows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lawrence, I'm going to follow up on something that Mr. Maloney just shared, because I think it's important that we get to the bottom of this. Is it reasonable to expect that in the next 60 days that you can interview an additional 10 line workers at the facility?
Wherever the investigation.
All right. Well, I'll make it harder then. That was a softball,
yes.
And so I'm going to throw an inside pitch. By gosh, interview at least 10 people and report back to this committee. Do I have your commitment to do that?
Yes, you do.
All right. Mr. Dixon, I'm going to come to you because you've obviously been advised by counsel or somebody to not admit that the FAA made a mistake. And I'm just giving you, your counsel is giving you bad advice. Did the FAA at some point in this process make a mistake?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
And
my only, again, I just don't want to leave it at that.
No, I
That's
get
my
that.
point,
And listen,
is
there's
that
enough, there's enough pictures over here and enough blame to go around. I get that. But what I'm saying is it's very frustrating when it's obvious that mistakes were made, that you just don't say mistakes were made. And I understand lawyers always say they, don't admit anything because of this, but I'm just telling you, in the real world, we have to look at it that a mistake was made. And obviously not one, but multiple mistakes, and we've got to get to the bottom of it. So here's my question for you. There is the suggestion, the committee has had the suggestion that indeed that there is a perverted incentive to on the certification process, where you have FAA employees that, whether it be bonuses or anything else, that they don't actually engage in the proper way of putting safety first. Would you agree with that, not agree with that? Comment on that.
I do not agree with that, and I've made it very clear to my workforce and my team that I support them in keeping safety as their highest priority.
All right, so what do we have to do to make sure that when things come in, and let me just tell you, you've got two people behind you that are part of your staff that I have the highest regard for. One worked on committee staff with me, the other worked in my personal staff, Mr. Newman, and there is no one who will work harder on this issue and get involved in it. And so I know you've got some people that are very capable working with you. I guess my question to you is, how do we put in the process of making sure that what we have is that it doesn't go into I'm not going to use a black hole narrative, but how does it not get swept up in the bureaucracy where there's a concern, there's a legitimate concern, and it just doesn't reach the right person until we have a fatality? How do we change that process?
Well, there's several different ways. So, you can't get into analysis paralysis or bureaucracy, in these things. You've got to have real-time data upon which to make decisions that's visible across the whole organization.
I'm glad you said that, because here's one of the things. This is not the chairman's first rodeo, nor mine. And when we talk about certification, I want a streamlined certification. What I'm concerned about is the FAA looks at the certification process, and we're recertifying screws and things that quite frankly are taking a whole lot of time. And then on the critical areas,
you know, they get the same bandwidth in terms of the certification process, whether we're working with Boeing or anyone else. Is there a way for us to highlight those new areas that are coming to the market as part of an aviation product and perhaps de-emphasize some of the other things in this certification process to speed it up, whether it be on private individuals or in this case, a commercial? Is there a way for us to do that?
I certainly think there's a way to make the process less bureaucratic and more fluid. That's part of what the JATA
Will you come up with 4 recommendations to report back to this committee on how you can do that?
Yes.
All right. And then the last thing in the 20 seconds I have left. Obviously, we've got a system that has not been repaired and it still has flaws in it. Will you commit to the American people right now that you will set up a hotline for our pilots to call in, that if they are seeing an issue, so the users, the very people that actually have to use equipment, where they can get something to you right now where that comes to your attention, will you be willing to set that up in the next 60 days?
We have a hotline now.
That comes to you. I know you hotline. We've got hotlines all over the federal government, and they're worthless because they take about 2 years to get a return phone call.
Understand.
I'm talking about coming to you.
We will set that up. Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. I yield back.
All right. Representative Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I too wanted to add my condolences to the families who are here today. As the holiday season surrounds us, where families gather together, our hearts and my heart breaks for all of you. But I also want to thank you very, very much for your presence here today, because your presence is helping us to get to the truth. And it's only the truth that is going to save future lives. So I want to thank all of you for being here today. And I wanted to ask one more time with regards to this risk assessment predicting 15 more accidents. And I wanted to ask the question maybe in a different way. Mr. Dixon, you've said several times that the buck stops with you, and you're the man ultimately accountable for the FAA. And so we've talked a lot about the past, and we understand that the past has to be fixed, so I want to kind of look to the future and say that if an employee had brought this risk assessment to you and put it on your desk, you're the FAA administrator, you were given that information, would you have made a decision, seeing a risk assessment, and I understand it's over 45 years, but that 15 more accidents could occur, would you have grounded the airplane?
You know, it's hard to Monday morning quarterback these things, as you know, and I believe that the individuals who were involved in making the decision were acting on the best information they had at the time.
But I'm talking
we're taking
about
action
you
to drive that level.
I'm talking about you in the
risk
future now, and if you know.
With what I know now, yes, yes.
If that came to you and you saw that report, you would ground the airplane.
I would have.
Not second guessing what happened in the past, but today.
With what I know today, yes. With what I know today, but again, it's hard for me to go back and determine in those days what information. Yeah.
I'm just trying to set a similar story, but something that would happen in the future where you're.
And remember, you know, this document that we've been looking at is only a decision support tool. It is not the decision. The CARB comes together with subject matter experts, and certainly I would want to confer with them and make sure that we ran all the issues to ground on making a decision.
You would be on high alert, though, if that document was before you, and you would ultimately ground the airplane, if I understood you correctly.
Well, again, knowing what I know now, I can't, it's impossible
Understood.
for me to go back. You know, I know a lot more now than they knew back then.
Thank you. The other thing, Mr. Dixon, I wanted to ask is that there was a Washington Post story last night that revealed that the FAA's plans to establish the Aircraft Certification Safety Program Management Branch. And apparently this is a new safety branch to address gaps in FAA's oversight following the accidents and will, quote, help improve understanding of systemic areas of risks and facilitate identification of emerging safety issues. I have to say I'm disappointed to read about it in the media instead of hearing directly from the FAA. Can you tell us why the committee was not made aware of it? And secondarily, how will this new office help ensure that the same mistakes are not made in the future?
So this actually is misreported, the purpose of this office. It's actually a reorganization that Mr. Lawrence had been looking at for, I think the organization has been looking at it for about 2 years, and he can give you the details.
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify that one. It was a misrepresentation of an email that had gone out by my staff. There is no new office. There is a Office of Accident Investigation that still exists and will continue, and there's not a change there. It was how I was organizing my folks, has been repeated several times here. There's always opportunities to improve our system, to do a better job on communication and the flow of information within any organization. And that was an email announcing that we were assigning somebody to look at how best to set up the flow of communication and safety information within the organization. So yes, we are taking action, but it has not been, it's not a new office, and certainly was not an approved organization of any kind. It was,
So you're evaluating a reorganization to be more effective?
It's part of a reorganization that was started 2 years ago, and making the tweaks and fixes as we go through that to make sure that we're covering all the issues that we should be in an appropriate way.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I yield.
I thank the gentlelady. Representative Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little under the weather, so I'm going to try to get through these questions. But first, I want to offer my condolences as well to the families that are here today. I can't even imagine your pain and your loss. Administrator Dixon, from the emails released to the committee in October, it is clear that Boeing did not want to disclose the MCAS in the Flight Crew Operations Manual, FCOM, an aircraft training manual for pilots. Boeing minimized or hid the true power of the MCAS system, convincing the FAA to delete mention of it in the FCOM, and therefore hiding its existence from the Flight Standardization Board. What do you plan to do within the FAA to ensure and change this dynamic? And two, how will you ensure that the FAA and not Boeing or some other manufacturer is determining what is and is not appropriate for pilots to know about what's on their airplanes?
Thank you for the question. This gets back to the issue that was identified both through the interviews and emails that you spoke about and by the Joint Authorities Technical Review, is that this design change was not communicated to the FAA, the folks who needed to make the decision on the aircraft evaluation group. I believe that there were some communications perhaps to our flight test group or within the engineering circles, but they didn't make it, so that we had issues both within the agency and...
Mr. Dixon, we could spend all day talking about what transpired, but the question is, what do you plan to do to change this dynamic so it doesn't continue to happen again?
So improve our project management to make sure that the team is staying together as a cohesive team, so they're all hearing things at the same time, no matter what phase of the project that we're in, and everybody understands what the implementation, what the implications of design changes may be. Also putting gates into the process to make sure that we have checkpoints going, because you've got a bunch of parallel processes going on at the same time. From time to time, we need to loop back and make sure that these systems interact correctly. Increased use of system safety assessments, as we talked about earlier. And then finally, would like to work with the Congress on implementing safety management systems for manufacturers, which will, again, facilitate even better information flow between the applicant and the agency.
And does that address the issue of having the FAA be in the driver's seat of making the determinations, not the manufacturers?
Yes, we make those determinations now, and we will continue to do so.
Thank you. Administrator Dixon, I I would also like to get your thoughts on the recent testimony from the National Transportation Safety Board Chairman, Robert Sumwalt, where he highlights the positive benefits of safety management systems. Given your experience in the aviation sector, do you agree with the chairman's perspective that safety management systems improve safety?
I've spoken with Chairman Sumwalt about this, and we've had dialogue on their recommendations and on SMS, and I'm a huge proponent of SMS. I believe it's been very beneficial in the airline industry, in the commercial aviation industry, and it should be applied in this environment as well.
Do you have personal experience with the SMS system during your time at Delta?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you think adoption of the SMS system for manufacturers with the FAA oversight would provide similar benefits?
Yes. In multiple ways. It provides the ability for, again, a systematic way for the regulator to get higher fidelity data, more in real time from the manufacturing process. It also creates more fluid communication, both within the agency for folks to raise concerns and for them to be processed and for us to go back to the workforce. But it requires the participation of labor and also the agency and also the manufacturer to be able to make it work effectively.
Thank you. You know, I've heard a lot of issues and suggestions raised by my colleagues today. The hotline that was suggested, a number of other things. As a second-term member of Congress, I always wonder, when do we find out if all those items were implemented? When will you report back to us after this hearing to go over that list of issues that were discussed today, to share with us when they have been implemented or will be implemented in terms of a time frame?
I will work with the chairman and the ranking member to put a timeline on those things. Some of what we've talked about we're already doing, and we've incorporated some of the lessons learned from the MAX return to service process. We will apply those immediately going forward. You know, we're looking, as an example, at some of the lessons that we've learned from the TAB process and bringing them into our certification activities going forward. So it sort of depends on the topic that you're talking about, but I'm happy to work with.
Thank you. I'm out of time. I would appreciate getting that information. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
We're working on our side, but
Yeah, so to my second-term colleague, because after 2 terms you start to understand this is the land of promise, but not necessarily delivery. So that's why I put a 60-day time frame on those requests. And so either we will get that back in 60 days or we will get an explanation of why. And I'll be glad to work with you in a bipartisan manner to make sure that we get it done.
Thank you.
Thank the gentleman for his clarification. Representative Stanton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Administrator Dixon, at our last MAX hearing in this committee last October, Boeing admitted that MCAS did not meet its own design requirements. I think we have a slide that's going to come up now. This is taken from Boeing's coordination sheet, which outlined the company's requirements for MCAS. As you can see, Boeing's criteria stated, quote, MCAS shall not interfere with dive recovery, unquote. It also stated, quote, MCAS shall not have any objectionable interaction with the piloting of the airplane, unquote. When I showed this to Boeing at our last hearing, Boeing's chief engineer admitted the obvious, that MCAS interfered with dive recovery on both Lion Air Flight 610 and Ethiopian Air Flight number 302. Administrator Dixon, do you agree with that assessment?
Based on what I know about how the system was initially designed and how the design was changed, I think that's correct.
Unfortunately, when asked another obvious question on whether MCAS had an objectionable interaction with the piloting of the accident flights, Boeing did not give a straight answer. In plain and simple terms, Boeing failed to admit that the MCAS impacted the ability of the pilots to control the plane. That's shameful. How can anyone look at what happened in the cockpit of those flights and think the pilots had any chance to counter a system that they knew nothing about? This coordination sheet that you have on the screen today is dated June 11th, 2018, which is after the MAX was certified. But we have seen earlier versions of the same document from March 2016, before the MAX was certified, and it contains the exact same MCAS design requirements. Administrator Dickson, did the FAA receive a copy of this coordination sheet before the MAX was certified?
I'm not aware of, that we would have, and I believe that's around the time when the design was modified, but I would have to check.
Should the FAA have received this document?
I would say so. Earl, have you got any opinion on that?
Well, this document is outlining what our requirements are on Boeing. And so these are the regulatory requirements, and this outlines what the requirements would be to obtain certification.
Thank you. Administrator Dixon, did MCAS interfere with dive recovery on Lion Air Flight 602 or Ethiopian Air Flight 302?
Yes, it did. I would just point out again that there is, the pilot, again, is part of that system, and the design was relying on the pilot to be the mitigating factor, and that proved to be incorrect.
Boeing failed to meet its own design requirements for a system that was certified by the FAA. Despite this shocking reality, has the FAA issued any fines or penalized Boeing for that failure at this time?
Not at this time, but I reserve the right, as I said earlier, to take action in the future.
Beyond the design requirements, has the FAA issued any fines to Boeing for its failures on the 737 MAX?
Not at this point.
And my final question, since these tragic accidents, has the FAA made any changes to how it certifies software design requirements, certifies other manufacturer aircraft components, or do any part of the certification process?
Yes, as I mentioned, we have not delegated anything throughout this process. We are relying on resources throughout the agency. We have brought in the Technical Advisory Board to run in parallel with us with experts from NASA and Volpe and the Air Force and others. And we're also working very closely with the international authorities as well.
So you're working on those, but as of yet, no specific changes?
Well, yes, those changes are being implemented for the MAX project, absolutely.
Administrator Dixon, for me and for so many Americans, these tragic accidents have shaken our confidence in the FAA. And we owe it to the families who lost loved ones to do better, and we must get this right. Anything else would be a disservice to them and to all those who put their faith in the safety of our air system. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Representative Davids, Vice Chair of the subcommittee.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you all again for continuing to be here. Administrator Dixon, I want to follow up about the rudder cable on the 737 MAX. As you know, at least half a dozen of the FAA's own technical specialists, as well as an expert panel established by the FAA's safety review process, raised serious concerns that the rudder cable on the 737 MAX could be severed if the engine failed, causing pilots to lose control of the aircraft. This concern is not just a theoretical concern. The FAA guidance is rooted in the tragic 89 DC-10 crash in Sioux City, Iowa. And 112 people died in that crash. In your response to Chairman DeFazio and the Aviation Subcommittee, Chair Larson's letter on this issue, you said, "We followed the FAA procedures," except that doesn't seem to be the case, which we'll get to in a second. There's a kind of cornerstone of the FAA procedures, which is that the components will become safer over time. Seems like a good kind of rule of thumb to follow. So when the FAA reviewed and approved the 737 NG model, the FAA found that the 737 NG had a lower risk of a severed cable than the 737 Classic model. And the reason that the risk was lower is because the engine on the 737 Classic was more powerful. So based on the determination that there was a lower risk in the 737NG, it was approved. So there's a 1997 issue paper for the 737NG that warned that engines in the future on 737 models, if they got bigger, it would increase the risk of severing that cable, and that additional steps to protect the cable would be needed. Which brings us to the 737 MAX, which has a bigger engine and potentially greater risks of severing the cable. The FAA, though, didn't require any design changes. Instead, it ignored that 1997 warning. So my question is, why didn't the FAA follow the guidance from the 97 issue paper and require additional protections for the rudder cable?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to respond. You know, this is, I think it's important to understand that, you know, these debates and discussions among subject matter experts are part of what gets us to a safer system. And there are a couple of different approaches that can be taken in these instances.
Do those approaches include ignoring an issue paper?
Well, no, I'm just saying that there are approaches there are prescriptive rules and that can be followed, and there is also sometimes data that can be applied based on the performance of a proven system. And in this case, the team looked at, eventually when the decision was made, looked at the mitigations that had been put in place in terms of floor structure and also the casing around the CFM LEAP engines and the reliability of those engines and the fact that they are already certified essentially from their initial manufacture as capable of extended twin engine operations, which is an extremely high level of reliability. And so taking all of that into account, there is actually a risk in adding complexity to an improved system that was put in place in the 90s to deal with the hard-over rudder issues from the accidents that we talked about earlier. And when you introduce a fleet that's got additional complexity into an operation that's already got thousands of airplanes out there that have different maintenance practices, that itself creates a risk. And so that's how that decision was made. And remember that the manager who's making that decision is actually a technical expert himself, yes.
Or with
FAA,
Boeing?
yes. No, at FAA.
Okay. So the concern here is that, first of all, you're talking about increased complexity and not following the guidance that had previously been stated and not doing a new type certificate. So I think there are a lot of inconsistencies in the way that you're describing this process. And the overarching concern is that the process for safety reviews is becoming either inconsistent or more lax, and that control is being increasingly delegated to the manufacturers. So I think that I obviously have run out of time, but I do think that there needs to be some serious consideration around you have said yourself, this is a whole system, and across the system, we have been hearing inconsistencies and places where it seems as though the FAA has been more lax. And I think that that's something that we can address and need to address. I yield back.
I can assure you we will not be lax. And actually, I believe that the decisions that we're making are going to be more rigorous because of the reliance on data and performance.
Okay, thank the gentlelady and the gentleman. Representative Lamb.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, could you put the slide back up with the 15,000 number on it that we were looking at earlier?
Tarim report.
Yes. Thanks. Now, Mr. Administrator, based on everything that you know now, and I understand you weren't in office at this time, but based on everything that you know now, if you saw a report like this with the 15373 number on it, that day or the next day, would you have been comfortable with a member of your own family flying on a 737 MAX?
Yes, I would have, but that's because, you know, I understand how the airplane operates, and, you know, I understand how to deal with flight control issues. But on the other hand, there is a, you know, immediate aggressive action was being taken. And again, this is just one aspect of trying to put some rigor around what would otherwise be a very subjective decision.
Do you think it's reasonable to expect that I, who am not a pilot, or one of my constituents who don't know the inner workings of aircraft and how pilots are trained and how they receive warning messages like this, do you think it would have been reasonable for them to feel safe flying on a 737 MAX the day after this information was known to the FAA?
Again, at this point, dealing with what were the driving factors in the accident and in the Lion Air accident, and again, based on the information that was available at the time, the emphasis was on the procedural aspect of accomplishing the runaway stabilizer trim. And so, again, that was the mitigation that was put in place immediately, and then a very aggressive time frame in terms of the software modification.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is people are relying on you to protect them.
Yes.
In an area that they don't know a whole lot about, and a lot of trust is required for them to participate and feel safe about our airline industry. And nothing you just said provides a reason why a person should have felt safe stepping onto a 737 MAX when the FAA was in possession of this information. Let me ask it a slightly different way. There are echoes in this incident of a situation that happened in Western Pennsylvania, where I represent, in 1994, when there was a plane crash in Beaver County. And we have a witness coming in the panel after you, Captain Cox, who's going to say that that incident, which was U.S. Air Flight 427, was a recurrence of a fault that had brought down United Airlines Flight 585 3 years earlier. We did not learn all we could from it, and as a result, 132 people perished near Pittsburgh. He goes on to say, we did not learn all we could from Lion Air 610 before the Ethiopian 302 accident, and as a result, we lost not only all the people in the Lion Air crash whose family and friends are with us here today, but the second wave of people in Ethiopia. And so what I don't understand is, all these years later, all these years after the Pittsburgh crash in 1994, what is being done to make sure that we learn the first time and it doesn't take 2 crashes for us to fix the problem? What is changing?
It doesn't. It doesn't. I mean, that's why we need to make the processes more rigorous and have better analytical tools so that we can drive that risk down and know that the actions that we're taking will have that effect.
Who's being held accountable for the fact that pilots were not told about MCAS and that, in fact, the references to MCAS were removed from the manual? Who is being held accountable for that?
Well, I think that certainly that's part of the process that we're all going through.
So you don't know?
I think we're all being held accountable for it, and we all need to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
Okay, I think we have different definitions of being held accountable. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Now, Representative Malinowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dixon, earlier in the hearing, you said that one of your priorities is to make sure that there is appropriate separation at the FAA between business issues and safety issues. I was struck by that. It's a very important point. And given that you said that, I take it you believe that there has not always been sufficient separation between business and safety considerations. Is that a fair?
Well, I was actually referring to the manufacturer. I was referring to Boeing, and the indications of pressure on the workforce to accomplish certain things, and being able to make sure that that didn't impact safety decisions. And it's something that I want to make sure doesn't bleed over into our workforce.
Well, exactly. I mean, I'm concerned also about pressure on the FAA because, here's something that those of us here who have looked at this feel seems to be happening, that a manufacturer like Boeing will begin production of an aircraft. They will complete all the steps up to the finalizing production, including ordering materials before getting FAA permissions. Then they'll say, oh my gosh, if the FAA raises a concern, they'll say, oh my gosh, we have to get, we're almost there. We'll lose a tremendous amount of money if we don't get this plane into the marketplace. And then the FAA sometimes seems to take that into account. Isn't that potentially what happened, for example, when the FAA initially said that flight simulator training would be required for the 737 MAX, and then Boeing said, we have this agreement with Southwest Airlines. We were promised $1 million rebate per plane if it didn't require flight simulator training, and then the FAA says, okay, you don't have that requirement. Do you think it may have bled into, those business concerns may have bled into the FAA's decision there?
I know, having spoken with our AEG pilots in Seattle and having read some of what their concerns have been that have been expressed to the committee investigative staff, that this was an item of concern that they had from very early on in the project. And so they were very engaged from the very early days and went through a process of over a year of making sure that pilots from airlines were brought in, those who are flying the 737NG on a regular basis were able to have proficiency even without additional simulator training on the 737 MAX. So that was something that was of concern and that was resolved through the process, but it is something that we need to watch for, absolutely.
And what about the decision to exempt Boeing from requirement that new commercial airlines be equipped with the ICAS system that would allow the air crew to prioritize all the different cautions and alerts that they received? That system was required on the 747-400, the 757, the 767, the 777, the 787 MAX. The 737 MAX was the only aircraft that was not required, that was exempted from that rule, I think, since 1982. Weren't there cost considerations that factored into that decision?
It's a great question. In my view, it wasn't so much of a cost consideration, but how do you integrate an airplane like that into an existing fleet? And I'll let Mr. Lawrence tell you how that process works.
So the question on that particular one is we have a very large fleet and operators of that existing aircraft, and if you change the procedures and the positioning and the switches and the information, do you introduce another safety hazard? And so that was the debate on that particular system. It wasn't as much of a cost per se. It was looking at, you have Southwest Airlines as an example, within a whole existing 737 fleet. You have all their pilots trained, all their maintenance folks trained, the whole system built on that. And what are the risks of introducing a new system that dramatically changes that? So it's a debate. We're not saying it's, that there aren't good arguments on both sides of that discussion. Just saying that it is a discussion and making those determinations of whether you're going to allow an aircraft to continue in that fleet in its existing configuration. Those are all part of the discussions, and safety is the driver in all of those discussions.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Representative Allred.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to pick up on the line of questioning of Representative Lamb's around accountability. Mr. Administrator, as you know, the 737 MAX was certified with the AOA disagree alert being a standard feature on the aircraft. However, in August 2017, Boeing learned that the AOA disagree alert was not functioning on an estimated 80% of the entire 737 MAX fleet. Boeing concealed this flaw from the FAA and operators for more than a year, during which it continued to build and deliver planes with this non-functioning alert. More troubling, pilots expected the AOA disagree alert to be operational, and it wasn't. In July of this year, your predecessor, then Acting Administrator Dan Elwell, explained how Boeing's actions violated FAA regulations in a letter to this committee, which I think we have a slide of. This is what he wrote. Once certified by the FAA, all features included on the airplane become part of the certified type design or approved type design. These features are mandatory in each airplane produced to that type design thereafter, whether or not they are required for safety. Although an AOA disagree message was not necessary to meet FAA safety regulations, once it was made part of the approved type design, it was required to be installed and functional on all 737 MAX airplanes Boeing produced. I'll repeat that the disagree alert was, quote, required to be installed and functional on all 737 MAX airplanes Boeing produced. You may not believe that the absence of an AOA disagree alert is a safety issue, but I strongly believe that Boeing's open defiance of FAA requirements in knowingly delivering airplanes without it is both a legal and an ethical issue. It's my understanding that the FAA has not penalized Boeing in any way for this conduct, or even taken any other actions to reprimand the company for its behavior. I know you have been here 4 months, but the word accountability has been used a few times. When I had the CEO of Boeing sitting here, I told him I thought we might have a different definition of that word. I hope that you and I don't share a difference in that word's definition as well. Why hasn't the FAA done anything to hold Boeing accountable, to your agency, and most importantly to the public, for this sort of egregious behavior?
Thank you for the question. And we have already taken actions. As you know, obviously the airplane is grounded. We're not delegating anything to Boeing during the MAX return to service. We're not even delegating the individual airworthiness certificates for each aircraft. We have taken action, recent enforcement action, and we have additional actions under consideration, both with the existing settlement agreement that we discussed earlier here, and there may be additional actions as required, and I reserve the right to take them, and I will take them as appropriate, and you point out a good example here.
Well, thank you. I think that where we have regulations in place, and where we have a purposeful evasion of them, if there is no consequence for that evasion, then the regulation doesn't matter. And so I hope that we will see enforcement of this, and a lot of my colleagues, we are trying to determine the balance that we should strike here. Is the process fatally flawed? What changes do we need to be made? But this, in my opinion, is an example of something that is just a decision that needs to be made by the FAA on how they're going to enforce their own regulations, knowing that a violation occurred.
Congressman, couldn't agree with you more. Safety's our highest priority, most important core value, and what supports that is accountability.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back if you want to take any time.
Thanks, gentlemen. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dixon, I'd like to ask you some questions about the FAA's Associate Administrator for Aviation Safety. As you know, our committee staff had the opportunity to interview him last week, and you have been provided with a copy of the transcript. I have to say, I am shocked at some of the things he didn't know. One, he hadn't seen Boeing's Flight Crew Operations Manual Bulletin following the Lion Air crash. When he was shown a copy of the Flight Crew Operations Bulletin that Boeing issued following the Lion Air crash, he said this was the first time he had seen it. He was asked, "Have you seen this document before?" and replied, "No, I have not. But it's an FCOM Flight Crew Operations Manual." He was then asked, "You don't recall seeing this prior to today?" He answered, "No." And two, he was unaware that Boeing knew if a pilot didn't react to the unanticipated MCAS activation within 10 seconds, the result could be catastrophic. The slide that has come up on the screen shows Boeing's coordination sheet. When we asked him about this key document that was released at our last hearing, showing that Boeing knew that if pilots did not respond to unanticipated MCAS activation within 10 seconds, the result could be catastrophic, he said he was not aware of the document. FAA's chief safety officer was asked, so let's take it out of the hypothetical. You're aware that this committee held a hearing on October 30th at which Boeing testified. Is that correct? I watched some of it, he replied. He was then asked, okay, at the hearing, a document was made public, a coordination sheet from Boeing on which contained a functional hazard assessment, a portion of which said if a pilot didn't react within 10 seconds, the result would be catastrophic. That was information made public at the hearing. Were you, he interrupted, no, I was not aware of that. The member then asks, you didn't watch it, weren't aware of it, so you're not aware? And Mr. Bahrami replied, no, I didn't. You know, like I said, I was in Montreal at the assembly and I just watched portions of the hearing and I do not know about this document. The Administrator Dixon, this was the response of the FAA's chief officer. He seemed completely unaware of the fact that Boeing believed if pilots reacted to unanticipated MCAS activation in 10 seconds or more, it could lead to the complete loss of the aircraft. The result? A catastrophic accident like we saw in the Lion Air crash and the Ethiopian Airlines crash. This seems like a pretty important piece of information for the head of safety of FAA to be aware of and understand. The release of this document was widely reported in the press, including by the New York Times, Washington Post, Seattle Times, Forbes, Reuters, and NPR. Mr. Dickson, do you believe the Associate Administrator for Aviation Safety, FAA's Chief Safety Officer, should have seen at some point over the past 13 months a copy of Boeing's Flight Crew Operations Manual Bulletin and that it used after the Lion Air crash?
You know, I can't substitute my judgment for his. I believe this is a technical certification requirement or
should he have known,
an assumption.
Mr. Dixon? Yes or no?
You know, I think that, you know, I would hope that he would have been aware as to what was made public.
Is that a yes?
Again, I'll have to talk to him about it.
Thank you. Do you believe the Associate Administrator for Aviation Safety should be aware that if a pilot failed to react to unanticipated MCAS activation within 10 seconds, the result could be catastrophic?
On the clock, you're at about 7 minutes here.
Sorry, can you restate real quick?
Do you believe that the Associate Administrator for Aviation Safety should be aware that if a pilot failed to react to unanticipated MCAS activations within 10 seconds, the result could be catastrophic?
I think that he was aware of the criteria. I don't know that he had seen this exact document from what
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you. I yield back.
Representative Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Administrator Dixon, in its report, the Joint Authorities Technical Review found that the FAA had inadequate awareness of the MCAS function, which coupled with limited involvement resulted in an inability of the FAA to provide an independent assessment of the adequacy of the Boeing proposed certification activities associated with the MCAS. It appears that the trust Congress gave FAA with delegation authority has been broken. What steps is the FAA and you personally taking to ensure that a lapse such as this does not happen again?
Thank you, Congressman. Great question. I appreciate the opportunity to respond. Our whole construct here is based on trust. And it's important that as the regulator, that we can trust the manufacturer that we're delegating certain things to, and it's a privilege. It's not a right. It's not a certificate that they have. It is a privilege to have those items delegated. That's why we have pulled back on this particular project, on the 737 MAX, and as we do certification activity.
Boeing doesn't have that privilege anymore, correct?
At this point, that's correct.
Okay. I would suggest that might be something that's looked at across the board, so there aren't issues with other airlines, but we're talking about Boeing right now. So we're trying to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Also, the JTR report also recommended that the FAA conduct a workforce review of Boeing's Safety Oversight Office engineers at FAA to ensure that there is a sufficient number of experienced specialists to adequately perform certification and oversight duties. Has there been a workforce review conducted?
Yes, it's in process. There's actually a 10-year workforce plan for the Aviation Safety Organization. This group is part of that. And part of, as we get the JATA report and the other reviews of the process, we're looking specifically at human factors.
So there's no results yet. It's still in the process.
Yes, and we're putting those we're putting those into action now.
Administrator Dickinson, I'm the 23rd member on this side of the aisle to ask questions, and I've sat here for a lengthy period of time, and I've heard you respond numerous times to that. We're in the process. Is there anything that has been completed and done with respect to this issue?
Yes, as I said, we have brought in experts from outside the agency, the Technical Advisory Board. Mr. Kiefer is a member of that. We have opened ourselves up to review, as no regulator ever has in this process, with the Joint Authorities Technical Review. We have the Secretary's Special Committee on Aircraft Certification, which is coming forward with additional recommendations. And with respect to the 737 MAX, as I've said, we have not delegated any activity, including the issuing of individual airworthiness certificates tail by tail on those aircraft. So those are some very significant actions, and there are more to come.
Well, sir, I would implore you, as someone that's sitting here as opposed to where you are, and as Mr. Meadows, the gentleman from North Carolina, asked you, and you were able to answer him specifically that you would have certain things done in a time period, that you try as diligently as possible to get these things done. Sitting here, looking at these pictures is difficult. I have loved ones of my own. And as I look through those pictures, I have young children and cousins and brothers that run the myriad of those pictures. We are fortunate that we're not sitting there. So it is our obligation to where we sit to make sure that no other family has to sit in that corner again.
And
with that,
Congressman, I would just say I agree with you 100%. That's why we're working diligently each and every day, really around the clock. And that's why I support my people in these efforts. And that's frankly why I'm going to personally fly the airplane myself and go through the proposed training and do everything I can so that I would put my own family on the airplane without a second thought. And that's my absolute.
My time's expired.
I thank both gentlemen. Representative Balderson, I believe this will be the last questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, panel, for being here. Also, I extend my condolences to the families, and thank you all for being here. Administrator Dixon, on September 25th, 2019, Boeing's Committee on Airplane Policies and Processes announced a new product and services safety organization. This organization is responsible for reviewing all aspects of product safety, including investigating cases of undue pressure and anonymous safety concerns raised by employees. Is the FAA satisfied with this new review process? And do you believe Boeing will take anonymous safety concerns reported by its employees more seriously?
Well, thank you for the question. I think that it remains to be seen. It's easy to move around boxes on the org chart and to appear to be doing something. We'll have to see how it's implemented and how it's incorporated into their safety culture. And we're going to be doing the same thing or similar things within the agency as well. But I do think that the ability for employees to systematically bring forward safety concerns is absolutely foundational to the safety system that we have.
Thank you. I would agree with that. My next question for you, Mr. Administrator, is while the ongoing investigations continue to get to the bottom of these two crashes, are you aware of any legislation this committee and Congress can pass now to improve aviation safety?
I would be happy to work with the committee. I do believe that the support for moving to implementing safety management systems for manufacturers would be very beneficial. I also believe that support for data analysis and data consolidation, making our data systems more modern, that's one of my most important strategic pillars at the agency, and that's something, another area where I think we can definitely improve.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my remaining time.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Meadows just blessed you. And I want to really, I do want to thank the panel for devoting so much time. I think answering questions for the most part and responsively, and to your further commitments to continue this work and respond to some particular suggestions that were raised here. With that, the committee will recess for 5 minutes while we assemble the next panel. Okay, votes are pending, so we're going to move along right now, even though it hasn't been quite 5 minutes. Panel 2, I'd like to welcome the next panel, Mr. Edward Pearson, Boeing retiree, appearing in his individual capacity with many years of experience in the industry. Mr. G. Michael Collins, FAA retiree, appearing in his individual capacity, again, with many years experience in his regulatory role at FAA. Dr. Micah R. Ensley, President of SA Technologies, former Chief Scientist, U.S. Air Force, former President, Human Factors and Ergonomics Society, and Captain John Cox, President, CEO of Safety Operating Systems. Thank you all for being here today. Look forward to your testimony. Without objection, your full statement will be included in the record. And so we will now proceed with your testimony. 5 minutes is best you want to summarize. Mr. Pearson. I don't think it's on.
So if I push the button, sorry.
Yep.
Chair DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, members of the committee, good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to testify today. My name is Ed Pearson. I would first like to provide my heartfelt condolences for all the families and friends who lost loved ones on Lion Air Flight 610 and Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302. Your loss and grief are truly unimaginable. Please allow me to provide a little information about myself. I retired from the Boeing Company in August of 2018 as a senior manager at the 737 factory in Renton, Washington. I graduated from the Naval Academy, served in the military as a naval flight officer, and held several leadership positions, including squadron commanding officer. I have over 30 years of aviation experience. I believe production problems at the Renton factory may have contributed to these two tragic crashes, but I don't believe our regulators are paying enough attention to that factory, and I'm calling for further investigation. I formally warned Boeing leadership in writing on multiple occasions, specifically once before the Lion Air crash and again before the Ethiopian Airlines crash, about potential airplane risk due to the unstable operating environment within the factory. Those warnings were ignored. On June 9th, 2018, while the Lion Air airplane was being produced 4 months before it crashed, I wrote an email to the 737 general manager advising him to shut down the production line to allow our team time to regroup so we could safely finish the planes. Following that email, I requested a one-on-one meeting with the general manager on July 18th and repeated my recommendation to shut down the factory for a brief period of time. When I mentioned that I've seen operations in the military shut down for lesser safety concerns, I will never forget his response, which was, "The military isn't a profit-making organization." During this time frame, the 737 factory was in chaos. Every single factory health metric was getting record low marks, and each one was trending in the wrong direction. Those metrics are detailed in my written testimony and include overtime, quality reports, and out-of-sequence work. Keep in mind that on October 29, 2018, when the Lion airplane crashed, killing 189 people, it was only 2 months old. After the crash, I wrote a letter directly to Boeing's chairman, president, and CEO, Dennis Muhlenberg. Mr. Muhlenberg asked his general counsel to communicate with me, and we spoke on 3 occasions where I renewed my warnings. I stressed that investigating the factory and talking with frontline employees was urgent, as I was very concerned that this might not be an isolated incident. On February 14, 2019, Boeing's assistant general counsel assured me that Boeing had seen nothing that would suggest the existence of embedded quality or safety issues. I wrote a follow-up letter with supporting documentation to Boeing's board of directors requesting that they take urgent action, but received no response. Less than a month later, on March 10, 2019, Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302 crashed, killing 157 people. That airplane was only 4 months old. The U.S. regulators' investigation of these crashes has been as disappointing as Boeing's insistence that it had no systemic quality or safety issues. Over the last 8 months, I've delivered detailed information about the factory to those regulators and investigators. I specifically requested that this information be shared with the international investigators in Indonesia and Ethiopia. I also shared production quality concerns about other 737 airplanes built during that time frame in the same factory with the National Transportation Safety Board, the FAA, and the Department of Transportation. The disturbing responses of the leaders of these agencies are detailed in my written testimony. Despite my information, regulators have continued to direct their primary, perhaps exclusive focus on the certification process, pilot training, and the design failure of the flight control system, specifically the MCAS software. But the component that first failed, leading to both crashes, is the angle of attack sensor part, which is a historically reliable part. Both Boeing and the FAA knew in December 2018 that the original angle of attack sensor on the Lion Air airplane had failed, which is clearly a production issue since the airplane was brand new. Although the defective Boeing installed sensor was replaced with a Lion Air installed part before the crash, that does not explain why the Boeing part failed in the first place. It appears the same sensor failed on the Ethiopian Airlines flight. Let me be clear. I'm not saying that I know factory conditions caused these 2 crashes. I'm saying that a combination of 3 circumstances justify an investigation of those factory conditions. First, there have been 2 fatal crashes. And for the record, I'd like to make a note that there was actually a total of 347 people that were killed as a result of these crashes. There was an Indonesia diver doing recovery operations that also passed. My second reason was I saw firsthand the factory was stressed beyond anything in my experience. And third, there have been 13 other safety incidents involving faulty hardware or other systems, many of which were serious. Any one of these circumstances alone should justify an investigation of production, and together they amount to an open and shut case for such an investigation. The bottom line is the 737 factory needs to be thoroughly investigated. and closely monitored by regulatory authorities, specifically the FAA, on a continuous basis into the future. I've included recommendations for the committee's consideration in my written statement. Thank you again for providing me this opportunity. I'm ready to answer your questions.
Thank you. Mr. Collins, you're recognized.
I want to thank Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, and the member of the committee for this opportunity to testify. I also want to offer my condolences to the family members and friends of those who died in the two tragic 737 MAX accidents. I'm a retired aerospace engineer from the FAA with over 29 years of experience. And before that, I worked at Boeing for 5 years. I was the lead FAA engineer on the NTSB's TWA 800 accident investigation. That accident was caused by an explosion of a fuel tank on a 747 airplane. Therefore, I have seen firsthand the devastation caused by a catastrophic airplane accident. I became the FAA Fuel Tank Safety Program Manager as FAA began addressing the lessons learned from the TWA 800 accident. During this time, we issued 2 major fuel tank safety rules, one focused on preventing fuel tank ignition sources, and the second focused on reducing fuel tank flammability. I have heard FAA executives state that safety is their highest priority. I agree that safety was their highest priority when I started working at the FAA in 1989. However, over the last 15 years or so, FAA management culture has shifted to where the wants of applicants now often take precedent over the safety of the traveling public. A clear example of this is the issue of the rudder control on the 737 MAX. Over the objections of FAA technical specialists, the airplane was approved with a rudder control design that is unchanged from the original 1960s design. It has a single string control system consisting of cables running from the cockpit to the rudder. This means that in the event of an uncontained engine failure during takeoff, a catastrophic loss of control of the airplane could occur if an engine fragment cuts one of the cables. In 1989, a DC-10 crashed during an attempted landing at Sioux City after an engine had an uncontained failure. Engine debris damaged the airplane's 3 independent hydraulic systems that powered the flight controls. This disabled all the flight controls. The flight crew attempted to land, but crashed while landing. The result was 111 fatalities and 47 serious injuries. Because of the DC-10 accident, and based on industry committee recommendations, in 1997, the FAA updated the compliance policy in a revised AC 20-128A. The AC specifically requires protecting the rudder controls from a 1/3 disc fragment projectile in the event of an uncontained engine failure. During the 737 MAX project, FAA management initially agreed with technical specialists that the existing design did not comply with the FARs, considering the new engine on the airplane. As the certification date neared and Boeing had not made a design change, FAA management decided not to require that Boeing modify the 50-year-old rudder control design. An FAA employee submitted the issue to the FAA's internal safety reporting process as a safety concern report. I was one of 4 members of the FAA's Safety Oversight Board when the safety concern was submitted. The board includes 2 aerospace engineers and 2 managers. The submittal included the issue paper used to document agreement with the applicant on the method of compliance. The issue paper was signed by 4 managers, but all 7 aerospace engineers and the project pilot disagreed with the method of compliance. The board identified a subject matter expert panel to review the SRP report and make recommendations to the board. The panel included 4 aerospace engineers and 2 managers, all from various FAA offices. The consensus-based recommendation of the panel included a statement that the method of compliance in the issue paper does not comply with the associated FAA regulations, or the FARs. The board agreed with the panel report and forwarded it to the responsible FAA manager as the board's recommendation. The manager did not accept the board's recommendations, therefore overruling the board and the panel. That manager was the same manager that had overruled the technical specialists on the issue paper process. When considering the non-concurrences on the issue paper, the SME panel report, and the oversight board recommendations, a total of at least 13 FAA aerospace engineers, 1 pilot, and at least 4 FAA managers disagreed with the method of compliance the other managers allowed to be used. By comparison, although the Airbus A320neo was approved with a similar rudder design, EASA worked with Airbus to reach agreement that Airbus will revise the design using the guidance in the 1997 AC. and incorporate the new design during production on all A320 series airplanes. Thank you for this opportunity. I hope my testimony will help improve the FAA management safety culture in the aircraft certification service.
Thank you. Dr. Ensley.
Chairman DeFazio, Representative Meadows, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the Human Factors and Ergonomics Society. I express my heartfelt sympathies to the families of the victims of both the Lion Air and Ethiopian airline crashes. It's heartbreaking. The way in which technology is designed significantly affects the performance of its human operator. Optimizing the relationship between humans and technological systems is the essence of human factors engineering. When the system is easy to use, it guards against typical human limitations and errors, and it helps people to rapidly understand key information about what is happening. High levels of human performance can be achieved. When poor system design encourages accidents, good system design can prevent them. A key foundation to safe air travel is the design and development of the controls, displays, and automated systems that pilots rely upon to operate their aircraft. Our 70-year history shows that aviation safety is significantly enhanced when human factors engineering is prioritized in the design and development of aircraft. History has also shown us the catastrophic consequences when human factors design is secondary to other considerations or is outright ignored. In the case of the Boeing 737 MAX 8, the failure to incorporate known human factors design principles and human factors engineering processes in its analysis, design, testing, and certification paved the way for both the Lion Air and the Ethiopian airline crashes. These accidents resulted from inaccurate data provided by the aircraft's angle of attack sensor and its cascading effects on MCAS. The addition of the MCAS automation and its inherent unreliability, however, created significant new challenges for pilot performance that were not addressed. While automation can be beneficial, it also leads to new types of human error. Slow or incorrect pilot actions in operating and intervening in automation control are common problems that have been found in over 26 automation-related accidents among air carriers. Human factors research on these challenges sheds light on several automation deficiencies that impacted the pilots of the 737 MAX 8. First, automation often leads to workload spikes in abnormal situations. In both accidents, the pilots were significantly overloaded, both mentally and physically. They were forced to manage multiple competing alerts that led them away from the MCAS problem, and they needed to exert considerable physical force on the control column in order to counteract MCAS actions and maintain flight control. Secondly, automation also often results in low situation awareness. In these accidents, the pilots struggled as they were not provided with the needed displays for understanding the functioning of MCAS, nor with the AOA sensor disagreement displays that were needed to oversee it. The various alerts that were provided were non-diagnostic and confusing. In addition to these challenges, under the high workload and distractions that were present, it appears the Ethiopian airline crew lost situation awareness of their airspeed. Third, automation confusion is a frequent challenge in aviation accidents, and it was a central problem on the MAX 8. Automation confusion stems from both poor transparency of the behavior of the automation due to inadequate displays, as well as an inadequate understanding of how MCAS automation works due to the inadequate training on the system. In addition to failing to include MCAS in the flight manuals, training that provided actual experience in detecting, diagnosing, and responding to failure conditions was not provided. Finally, the pilots needed to be able to take over and fly the aircraft manually. Without clear, unambiguous failure indications and training, the aircrew could not successfully carry out the needed remediation procedures in the time frame that was expected, and the manual forces required for pitch control could not be maintained. Like most avoidable accidents, the Ethiopian airline and Lion Air crashes provide important human factors lessons that should be leveraged to improve the safety of our aviation system and to guard against similar problems in other safety-critical systems. These automation problems could have been easily prevented by following established human factors design principles and standards for human automation interaction and alarm presentation. Emphasis on human factors engineering and aircraft systems analysis, design, testing, and certification is critical for building in aviation safety. We applaud recent statements by the FAA Administrator and Boeing senior management to reinforce their commitment to safety as the highest priority, and we hope they continue to support this message through their actions. My submitted testimony provides greater detail on the automation and design deficiencies of the aircraft and both near-term remedies and longer-term prevention recommendations. Thank you for the opportunity to share these insights today, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Captain Cox.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I thank you and the committee for asking me to share my views on the issues raised by these two tragic 737 MAX accidents. In my 50 years in aviation and 33 as an aircraft accident investigator, I have not seen a more complex accident than Lion Air 610. Sadly, it was a forewarning of unanticipated conditions that existed, which could lead to another accident. Ethiopian Flight 302 was that accident. For an investigator, the most difficult accident is when there's a reoccurrence of a previous accident. I saw this in the mid-90s when the U.S. Air Flight 427 accident near Pittsburgh in September 1994. It was a reoccurrence of a fault that had brought down United Airlines Flight 585 3 years earlier. We did not learn all we could. As a result, 132 perished near Pittsburgh. We did not learn all we could from Lion Air 610 before the Ethiopian 302 accident. The investigation was not complete, but there was compelling evidence of a single failure that could cause multiple warnings and adversely affect the handling characteristics of the airplane. It's crucial that we learn all we can from these accidents so that there is no reoccurrence of the numerous factors that led to the catastrophic loss of these two flights. There are immense complexities in these accidents. They're characterized as a loss of control in-flight accident. However, the contributing factors are numerous. Since the loss of these flights, there have been numerous attempts to blame one or two organizations or individuals, but this is inaccurate and misguided. Only with the consideration of all contributing factors can we learn all the lessons. In the Lion Air accident, there can be oversight, maintenance, pilot dependence on actors, culture, and regulatory oversight of the operator. And within each of these contributors are numerous issues. This is why I make the statement, this is the most complex accident I have seen in 33 years. As the committee is aware, the National Transportation Safety Board and the Joint Authorities Technical Review have both recommended that future certification of aircraft include multiple warnings caused by a single failure. This was a critical factor in both of the accidents. The flight crews had multiple warnings occurring simultaneously, including one that's very distracting, the stick shaker. During the ensuing pandemonium, the recognition of inappropriate stabilizer trim movement would have been difficult. This is one reason that the runaway trim stabilizer trim procedure was not immediately accomplished. Aviation is the safest form of public transportation. We will fly 4.5 billion passengers this year on 45 million flights safely. We've gotten progressively better since that first flight in 1903. And while the record is exceptional, it's not good enough for tomorrow or the day after. Aviation has to continue to be safer. I'm frequently asked the question, is the MAX going to be safe when it returns to service? My answer is yes, for I have great confidence in the FAA and in Boeing. Additionally, I have confidence that the recommendations from the Indonesian Transportation Safety Committee and the U.S. National Transportation Safety Board and the Joint Authority Technical Review, these recommendations for safety are not only for the MAX, but for aviation overall. We have a chance to take the lessons from these calamities and to make our skies safer. Let us not squander this opportunity. Let us carefully review each of the contributing factors of these accidents and improve the design, certification processes to better address human factors, better failure analysis for multiple system failures, better pilot training with improved emphasis on manual handling skills, and improved organizational culture where the focus is on safety first. This committee's recommendations and actions can improve aviation safety. We can enhance the FAA's ability to improve failure analysis, system safety analysis, which may prevent a future accident. And let me conclude with an observation. I first soloed in 1970. Had we maintained the same accident rate from then to today, there would have been hundreds more accidents and thousands more fatalities. We were not satisfied with that safety record, nor should we be with today's much improved safety record. Let us learn all we can from the MAX accidents to improve aviation safety. I look forward to your questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the testimony. We have 3 votes coming up on the floor of the House. Right now, we're in process, so the committee will adjourn, and I will return immediately after the votes. Let's say, they drag out votes around here. The first one, yeah, okay, recess, sorry. We're going to take a break. So this one will go 15. I would say 30 minutes. So we'll give you 30 minutes. You can run down the cafeteria. I hope you can all come back. Please, thank you. Apologize, I was almost all the way back here, and then the Republicans called a, doomed to fail procedural vote, and I had to go all the way back to the floor again. So we waste a lot of time around here. So let's proceed to questions. I'm gonna, since I just got back, I want to gather myself for a minute. Rick, you ready to question? Okay.
I presume it'll be a 5-minute, not 10 minutes.
Yep, 5 minutes.
A clock.
Yep. Oh, yeah, 5 minutes. Yeah, yeah.
I had to ask. Thanks. So thanks, I want to thank the folks for being here. Dr. Ensley, in your discussion with regards to human factors, one of the issues we're looking at is going forward, how we change, if we should change, and I think we should, but how we change the certification process and what changes ought to be made. How should we think about incorporating human factors analysis into the certification of airplanes?
The JATR report talks quite a bit about that, and we certainly concur with their recommendations to emphasize human factors more in the certification process. The real value of certification is getting a second set of eyes on what's going on. It's way too easy for even very knowledgeable, well-intentioned engineers to make incorrect assumptions or errors in their analysis. And the ability to have that independent set of eyes looking at what's going on and the processes that are being used and the outcomes of the results, I think is extraordinarily valuable. We need to make sure that those teams are equipped with well-qualified human factors engineers who understand a lot of the complexities of human behavior that are involved in these sorts of events, particularly with things like automation and alarm situations such as we saw here.
Yeah, in your opinion, and you may not have an opinion or knowledge, and maybe if someone else does have an answer to this, I would welcome that. Does the FAA currently have people in line to conduct human factors analysis of airplane designs and of system designs?
Yes, the FAA has some very well-qualified human factors professionals. Dr. Kathy Abbott's in charge of certification on the human factors side and very knowledgeable about this. I think the issue is one of having enough people and having those people involved in that process such that they're getting the information they need and are involved all along the way. That's really the most valuable way to incorporate human factors. You can't just put a stamp at the end. You've really got to be involved early on and continuously.
Yeah. Anyone else want to answer that question on human factors about type, numbers of people, skills, capabilities within the FAA? All right, great. Nothing? Okay. Mr. Pearson, in your written testimony, you alleged that last year the 737 program's vice president and general manager agreed to conduct a thorough engineering and quality analysis to determine if the production environment has caused safety risks. To your knowledge, was that analysis conducted? A microphone, please.
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge. Did you yourself do any follow-up on that, or was that your role, or whose role would have been to follow up on that?
That would have been the general manager's responsibility with the appropriate leaders of the other organizations, like engineering and quality.
In that circumstance, Mr. Campbell within the ODA, and was your concern made into the ODA at Boeing for this question, or was this outside of that?
This was a discussion that I had with him one-on-one. It wasn't involving anybody else in the ODA.
Okay, all right. Is your argument, is the point that you're making in your testimony is that this is a problem with production pressure because of economic factors, or a problem with the way Boeing's organized to build and to certify airplanes?
Could you rephrase that again, Congressman?
Yeah, what's is your argument, or the point you're making with your testimony, it's a very good point, is it because of economic pressures only, or is it a problem with how Boeing uses the ODA?
You know, I really don't have a comment about the ODA. As far as economic factors go, I'm obviously not an economist. My issues were really what I saw in the factory, the environment, you know, and the things that were happening at the time when those planes were being built. And then I wasn't there when the second plane was built. I had retired just prior to that, but
yeah.
That was my concerns. And
right, all right.
I will say, just on the topic, if I may,
sure.
There's been a lot of discussion about certification and the certification process, and a lot of discussion on the left side, if you will, of the process, which is the design and the flight training and things like that. The right is, on the far right, is what's called the production part, and you know, Boeing has issued a production certificate that expects to have every plane built with the same level of repeatable quality, and so that's a really important part of the airplane process, airplane certification process that we shouldn't forget.
All right, good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I'll recognize myself now. Captain Cox, you know, we've heard from some through these hearings who have said, well, if this had happened with U.S. or European pilots, it would not have been a problem because they have superior training. Yet, I believe you are aware of U.S. and European pilots who knew this problem was coming in a simulator and were unsuccessful in managing it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'm aware of some anecdotal tests that were done with some European and North American pilots that also let the airplane get to a quite high speed, overspeed condition. So I don't believe there's evidence that can support a premise that it's exclusively due to there being developing world countries that these accidents were caused by this.
Right, and also, I think, was it you used the word pandemonium?
Yes, sir.
And that, what are you referring to there?
The fact that when this situation occurs, that when the airplane breaks ground, you get somewhere around 7 simultaneous failures, one of which is very, very distracting, the stick shaker. Literally, the column in your hand is shaking, and it's very loud. So you as a pilot, the training comes into how do you sort through that? Where do you go back to the commonality and sort through that, and in what priority? But with that much noise going on and with these simultaneous failures, the word pandemonium is appropriate, sir.
Yeah, I think NTSB said cacophony, I think is the word they used, but similar.
I've had a stick shaker go off in an airplane with passengers, and it by itself is enough of a challenge, much less now compounded with 6 to 7 other simultaneous warnings and failures. It would be a real handful.
Dr. Ensley, wouldn't that sort of fit into the human factors approach in terms of solving how quickly a pilot could solve that?
Yes, that was a big factor. The idea that pilots could respond in 3 seconds is based on a lot of things, but it'd have to be a well-recognized cue for a well-trained procedure, and that was not the case here. They had all kinds of multiple competing alerts, which will really slow down decision-making time.
Okay. Mr. Pearson, I mean, you mentioned it in your statement, but I'd just like to revisit it. I think after your extraordinary persistence when you finally got in to see the general manager of the 737 program. Would you just please give us a little color on that meeting, a little more than in your testimony? Yeah.
Congressman, you're referring to, I believe, our July 18th, or excuse me, our July 2018 meeting. As far as just color, if you will, commentary is, you know, the meeting started, it was a follow-up to the email that I had written requesting a shutdown of the factory. I met with him, and I, you know, walked in the office, and, you know, he asked, you know, why are you here? And I said, I'm here to follow up to my earlier communication with you. And he asked me how it was going, and I explained that it was getting worse, in my opinion, and that I echoed my recommendations. Had a bit of a difference of opinion at that point, and then we talked, and at the end he agreed that you know, that he would pull the overtime records and look at how much work we were asking of our union employees, and I emphasized that not only that's obviously really important because they're the ones doing the lion's share of the work, but also the managers that are overseeing them, and then the engineering quality analysis that I had requested be done to see if there was any possible issues that may have require us to alert our customers.
And nothing changed?
Not to my knowledge. I retired in August.
Right. We asked the CEO in the last hearing after we got that recommendation from you, and, you know, did you close down the line? No. Did you slow down the line? No. And apparently none of the engineering reviews that you asked for or overtime reviews, if they were reviewed, they were disregarded. So, no, I want to thank, and he did, when you posited that from your experience in the Navy, this would say, no, we got to stop and revisit this and, you know, and fix it. But he did say to you something about the Navy isn't a profit-making. What was that?
He said that, he said when I explained to him that, you know, in military operations, if we have these kinds of, you know, indications of unstable safety type things, we would stop. And he said that, you know, the military is not a profit-making organization, is what he said.
Now, Mr. Collins, your involvement in the issue regarding the placement of and/or lack of additional protection for the rudder control cable, but, you know, as I understand it, I mean, in the end, there were how many people involved in the what do you call it, a non-concur?
The non-concurrence, well, there was the issue paper non-concurrence, and then there was the SRP panel whose recommendation was rejected, and the board recommendation. So I think it was a total of 13 engineers, one project pilot, and 4 managers documented that they didn't agree with the decision.
And this was, to the best of your knowledge, overruled by a single manager who is in the Boeing, I mean, is in the office in Washington State?
Yeah, he's in the consolidated office. He was the transport airplane directorate manager at the time. He's the one that signed it and took responsibility. Others supported it, other managers supported him.
And there were questions raised by the minority that they think, well, you know, we should bring in former FAA Administrator Huerta or somebody else. To the best of your knowledge, did the decision on, because this is only one decision, and there have been others, and we're going to track these things down, but do you think that anyone higher up, like in the national office, was involved in the rudder cable issue or even aware of it?
Well, the safety SRP report, the board's recommendation, the manager had to come back and explain why he disagreed with that. That went up to Air 2, the Deputy Director of Aircraft Certification.
Oh.
In the earlier decision, it's been my experience in issues like this that they're discussed with the Aircraft Certification Deputy or Director.
And that's someone based in Washington?
Yes, in Washington,
okay,
D.C.
Good.
Yes.
Then that is a string to follow for us, and then we'll see where it goes from there. Thank you. That's helpful. With that, I don't have any other questions at the moment. I'd recognize Representative Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your inviting these witnesses as well because they've broadened our understanding. And I think I'd like to begin with Mr. Pearson, because your testimony, as I understood it, focused primarily on the Renton, Washington factory, but in past hearings, I've raised concerns about the North Charleston, South Carolina factory, which makes the Boeing 787 Dreamliner. There we had reports of concerns from employees of defective manufacturing, even pressure not to report violations. Each time my office raised concerns with Boeing representatives, they have assured me and my staff that the problems found in South Carolina were not systemic. Your testimony indicates some of the same issues were present in Renton, Washington. To your knowledge, how widespread were or are these issues, do you believe? Mr. Pearson.
Yes, Congresswoman, I have no experience at the South Carolina facility, but what you speak of, I did witness at the Renton factory, and there was certainly an inordinate amount of schedule pressure being placed on employees, and we had a lot of challenges with parts. I mean, normally when the factory's running fine, everything's going well, but then we had a kind of a cascading problem, and it just kind of got out of hand.
Yeah. I don't know why we'd want to trust Boeing without making sure that the FAA should go farther and do. In fact, would you favor that, the FAA going farther and doing an investigation of U.S. Boeing factories?
I fully support that. I'm encouraged to hear the FAA go in and do a thorough investigation. I really think that's necessary. And again, as I mentioned before, it's not only go and investigate and identify problems and fix them, but maintain that presence that you need to have into the future.
I'm going to suggest that as following this hearing. Mr. Collins, you say that the culture at FAA shifted from supporting FAA technical specialists to favoring industry positions. This is something that concerned me in my questions this morning. I'd like to know what immediate steps you think FAA leadership can take to return the agency to a culture of safety you apparently experienced when you first began there?
Yeah, I think that the culture has evolved, so it would take something to turn it around. Maybe I had experience working with flight standards for a bit, and they rewarded employees who raised safety issues. I think rewarding employees and managers who address safety issues might be a good help. I mean, I've heard, I don't have evidence, but I've heard in the past managers' bonuses and things were based on, in part, applicants' schedules. And maybe
the applicants' what?
Schedules for projects, to complete a project on time.
Yeah. Well, isn't that what leadership is all about? I mean, you can't change in any comprehensive way if you don't have somebody at the top for complicated organizations forcing change down. Do you think that the present leadership, for example, at FAA has the capacity to bring that kind of change or make sure that kind of change happens at Boeing?
Well, and I can speak to the FAA. At the FAA, I think they have the ability to do it. It's going to take work to change the culture at all the different levels that has evolved over time.
Yeah, and apparently this was by now built into the culture at places like Boeing. That's why my question to Mr. Pearson was about not assuming that what you see at one Boeing factory won't be the case at another. It seems to me that given what we have learned, the recalcitrance of Boeing, it is going to be on us if we do not take the steps to systematically look at Boeing factories across the United States. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from West Virginia, Ms. Miller, is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio. Dr. Ensley, the FAA is looking into incorporating human factors into considerations throughout the design and certification process. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, that was one of the recommendations of the JATR, and we certainly concur with that. What needs to be done is to increase the staff that's available. We also need to increase some of the research that's needed to look at some of these issues that they're having challenges with, such as multiple alerting situations and human automation interaction. So I think there are a number of those kinds of steps that can be done to enable the certification to really consider human factors. I think it's really important that they are there as part of that team and that they get the kind of data that's needed all through the process, from the analysis to looking at the designs to reviewing test procedures and test results. And that's a really important thing to be incorporated all the way through.
That was sort of my second question as well. So you're talking about multiple factors, multiple human factors in the beginning of your statement?
Yes. Yes, so human factors is really looking at every aspect of how humans perceive, think, how they move, their anthropometry, really all the human characteristics and human capabilities and limitations, and then designing the systems to be compatible with how we work and to guard against some of where our known failure points are. So it's a systematic way of designing systems based on the research on how people work. And that's the way to really improve human performance. It works to not only improve the efficiency of your system, but also guard against the kind of errors that lead to accidents.
Some people freeze. Other people, the adrenaline starts to flow. So that'll be difficult unless they are trained consistently how to react to specific problems, don't you think?
Training is extremely important, and it's a part of what we look at in human factors. So the first thing you want to do is design the system appropriately, because it's very hard to train for bad designs. So you want to design it appropriately first, and then you want to train people. And training people on what to do in emergency situations is extremely important. It's very important for dealing with things like automation failures, and getting into these sorts of edges of the envelope where the automation doesn't behave properly. And you have to really expose people to that so they know what cues look like, how to prioritize information, how to respond, how to communicate, and those well-learned behaviors then can be executed much more smoothly when the real thing happens.
How do we tackle that automation surprise?
We try to avoid it. So the way we have to address it is, one, training, so people actually get good training on the automation, which didn't occur in these accidents, but we know is extremely important for automation because it's very complex. And people find even very experienced pilots don't actually know how the system's going to operate in a wide variety of circumstances. So training's important. The other thing is really the displays we provide. Even well-trained pilots aren't going to do the right thing if they don't get the right information. And for example, here, they didn't have information on what MCAS was really doing. They didn't have the information they needed to even understand that the angle of attack sensors were disagreed or had a problem with it. So they didn't have the information they needed.
And how to override it, so to speak?
So that they can override it, right. So having all the procedures, having all the training won't work if you don't have the situation awareness you need to make the right decision.
Okay, thank you. I yield back my time.
Thank you, gentlelady. Aviation.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Pearson, thank you very much for being here today. Gives me a great deal of comfort to know that there are people like yourself out there that when you see something wrong, you're willing to speak up and let people know what is going on and how you feel. I think as someone who travels on planes, it's very comforting to know that you tried to do the right thing. You went to the management. They ignored you. And this morning, I just can't believe that after all we have gone through this morning, we finally got a commitment from Mr. Dixon that they're going to investigate all your emails and the reasons that it happened. So that's amazing to me. After all this time, it took this hearing for them just to even look and investigate what your comments were. So I thank you.
You're welcome, Congressman. It's just the right thing to do.
Was this pressure unique on employees at Boeing, or was just this because of the 737 MAX and they had to get them out? Or was this something that was all the time at Boeing it's the culture, just keep pressuring the employees to push, push, push.
In my experience at Boeing, the other positions I was in at Boeing, I didn't see that. It was, in my vantage point, it was the factory, it was in the production facility. That's where just the pressure and the schedule and scheduling. You know, in 30 years in the military, I never saw that level of schedule pressure being put on people. And, you know, when you put people in that kind of pressure and they're tired, mistakes are made. And I think that Doctor would agree with that.
Can you give me other examples of what was going on? Because I'm not that well versed on the factory or some of the issues that you talked about.
Well,
what you saw.
Maybe it'd be
you saw that
best to
was
just
wrong.
very quickly give a, you know, as in the factory, you know, everything is planned. Everything's planned and it's supposed to be done in accordance with our FAA-approved production certificate. And when things are working fine, you know, parts are getting delivered on time, the people are working in position, the plane moves down the line, and then eventually it's properly, you know, flight tested, et cetera. So in the end of 2017 and 2018, what I started observing, and again, I wasn't alone, and this is why I've been adamant about talking to other employees at the site. You know, we started having problems with our parts being delivered, and it wasn't just big parts like the engines, which was a chronic problem. We had other things that were really very important. Every part in a plane is important, but you know, wiring, wire bundles, things like that, these are really important things. And this starts to lead to a lot of out-of-sequence work, and so resources are stretched. You know, people that are used to working in one position or two are now being asked to kind of work all the way down through the factory and maybe even outside. And of course, that means their managers are also stretched, and the equipment's stretched. There's a lot of stuff going on, and it's very challenging to really, in my opinion, to maintain the level of quality that we really are expected to maintain.
Do you stay in touch with some of your former workers, co-workers?
I'm sorry, say again.
Do you stay in touch with some of your co-workers?
You know, I have a lot of friends at Boeing, and I, for the most part, haven't, with the exception of 2 employees that I've been in contact with, I decided it wasn't really the right thing to do to talk to them about what I was trying to do and get the investigators to go look. So I haven't really talked to them.
Because I was just wondering if that same practice continues today. What you observed while you were there, has anything changed?
That's a great question. Again, I'm really encouraged the FAA is going to go in and do a thorough investigation, talk to employees. I'd start with the employees that are actually building the plane, you know, the people that are the mechanics and the electricians and the engineer, you know, the quality inspectors, and those are the people who are going to give the, you know, the best perspective overall of how things are going. And looking at all the data and the production reports, there's a lot to look at. I am encouraged by that, though, that they're committed to doing that.
So you're encouraged by what Mr. Dixon said this morning, that he's going to follow up on this?
I'm encouraged that they're going to do it. I'm a healthy skeptic right now, Congressman.
Well, Chairman, I hope our committee follows up and makes sure that Mr. Dixon does what he committed to us this morning.
I can assure the gentleman we will be following that very closely. We want to see that commitment delivered on, and I appreciate Mr. Pearson's persistence in this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson.
With that, I recognize Representative Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to also note to the committee that's concerning to me is that Mr. Pearson also reached out to NTSB and to the Department of Transportation in his effort to get someone's attention. And in both cases with NTSB and Department of Transportation, they did not take any action from your notifications. Is that correct?
It's correct, Congresswoman, that it was an effort to try to get to the investigators. I was trying to get to them and share information, and it took over 3 months before they'd even agree to meet with me. They didn't want to receive the documents. When eventually they did meet with me, they offered to give me 15 minutes, and my attorneys and myself said that's not nearly enough time. So they only gave an hour and a half, and then. And at the end of it all, they said that they referred us to Department of Transportation, IG, and said that it was outside their scope, that we had asked them, to pass the information to the Indonesian, Ethiopian investigators, and their take on the matter was that it was beyond the scope of their responsibilities on those investigations.
Thank you. I heard a podcast on Boeing probably 6 or 8 months ago. I can't remember how long it was, but it was another Boeing whistleblower who was talking about production of the airplanes and the intensity that Boeing was putting on the employees to produce in a timely way. And in this podcast, they referenced the fact that they were directed at one particular time that there were engines that were not allegedly fully functioned engines, that they were marked and painted in a way that said there was some malfunction going on with the engine, and in this push to move the assembly line that they actually were instructed to go use an engine off of that. I don't know if you ever observed anything like that. The podcast went on to say, too, that there were tools and so forth left in the belly of the plane or in the tail of the plane, just sort of sloppy work that wasn't being wasn't being inspected and just, I don't know if you witnessed anything like that.
Congresswoman, I didn't work in South Carolina. I will say
That was
that
in South
if
Carolina.
you're asking about the Renton facility, I don't ever recall anybody ever saying, go get a part that wasn't approved. I never saw that.
Okay, very good. Mr. Collins, in terms of talking about the FAA culture and how it really needs to change, when you were, was there a crash that occurred when you were employed by FAA?
Yes, I actually investigated 2 accidents. One was an Air France in Tahiti that ran off the runway and nobody was hurt. The other one, the TWA 800 accident where everybody died. And so I was at the hangar. I was the lead FAA engineer on it when it became clear it was a fuel tank explosion.
And when you were at the FAA and those incidences occurred, did you see changes in the way FAA operated? Did you see changes in the culture of the organization?
It was kind of under the initial culture. There were, we did a lot of work. We did 2 rulemakings to improve the safety. There were hundreds of airworthiness directives as we learned about different failures that could create ignition sources. It was really after implementation of the 2001 fuel tank safety rule a few years later where I saw industry resistance and management supporting it start to creep in.
Would you say that was the beginning of a cultural change starting to happen?
Yeah, that was when we first started seeing engineers non-concurring on issue papers. I really don't remember it before then, so 2002, 2003-ish.
And this culture is not just with the Boeing organization, it's with any manufacturer.
No, it is across the board with, manufacturers. It's not just Boeing.
Thank you, sir. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
If I could add, that was the example of the rudder was the one that was the most dramatic because it was really unprecedented to have that many people document their disagreement like that.
Thank you.
I thank the gentlelady. Yeah, Mr. Collins, just to follow up on that, you mentioned the name of one individual who we're going to seek to discuss this with. You mentioned there were others. Do you happen to recall their names?
On the
when they overruled everybody and
on
said,
the rudder control issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the managers is Victor Wickland. He was the Transport Standard Staff Manager.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Because we're looking to pursue more interviews with FAA, and I think we would want to discuss this with them.
Yeah, and the other one was the Transport Airplane Directorate Manager, which was Jeff Dubin.
Right. Yeah, because I mean, the rationale I saw was that, the NG engine was, slightly smaller than previous versions, and therefore, and had not had an uncontained failure, so therefore, even though the MAX engine was much larger, they thought it would be very dependable and never have an uncontained failure, which is like, it's a new engine. How do you know that?
I agree. I mean, as a propulsion engineer, I didn't see validity in that argument.
You didn't
That a
buy that.
higher energy rotor,
Yeah.
and you have to, on the airplane side, assume you get the uncontained failure and then protect against it. When the engine is being approved, they have to, their job is to show that it's not going to eject parts. But on the airplane side, on the installation, you have to assume it's going to have those failures and then protect the airplane from the failure.
Yeah, thank you. You would say that during your lengthy tenure with FAA, and you just mentioned it in response to Representative Brownlee, that you saw a change after the, you began, it was unusual to see non-concurs before we went through the fuel tank issue.
Correct. It was just kind of creeped in after that.
Interesting. And you never saw in your 30 years one where this many people non-concurred and got overruled.
No, and then we had the additional part of the new voluntary safety reporting process. They brought in specialists that weren't working on the project and reviewed it and came to the same conclusion as those that didn't agree with the issue paper. And then that was overruled. So it was disappointing for it to go through that process and not see any change.
What do you think is, I mean, we have some will say, well, it'll be impossible without ODA, and I agree. If you're going into minor aspects of the planes, things that are not, my concern is anything that's take a plane down, FAA should be directly fully informed of and directly involved in. But I mean, what do you think about the current process and how might we change it?
Well, and I agree. When I first started, I was taught that the federal aviation regulations define the minimum level of safety for the airplane. And this is where the means of compliance, lessons learned from accidents should be incorporated in showing compliance with that. Mm-hmm. And there are a lot of exceptions under 21101 where new rules aren't incorporated in an amended type design, and then exemptions also, where too often, to me, it seemed the interest of the applicant was, again, over the interest of the traveling public. Mm-hmm. One example in my testimony is about an exemption that was granted for fuel quantity indicating wires, ignition prevention in the fuel tank, where a 4-year time-limited exemption was granted on the 737 NGs, and 5 years is all it takes for a new type design approval. At the end of the 4 years, that no change had been made, and then it was a permanent exemption was granted instead of making the manufacturer fix it.
Okay, Captain Cox, you have a lot of years in the air, and I think you flew earlier versions of the 37. In one of the hearings, I showed an image of the flight deck from 100. And then an image of the flight deck from the MAX, and it just really didn't look like the same plane. I mean, do you think we should consider how many times you can amend, a certificate versus actually going through certification?
It's an incremental step process so that pilots, and I flew the 200 and 300, and there was quite a bit of difference between those two, to the point that we finally split the fleet, where only 200 pilots would fly the 737-200. And
really?
So we, in essence, treated it like a separate airplane, and some airlines have been willing to do that, and others, for economic reasons, have elected not to. There is a lot of difference between a MAX and the first generation 737. I think it would be unreasonable to ask a pilot to fly a 1 or 200 on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and on Tuesday, Thursday go fly a MAX. Right. But as the incremental steps that were taken, I can understand how the FAA approved it. But I think the 737 is a bit unique because I don't think we have another airplane in the fleet that has as many derivative type certificates or that has been in service as long. And I don't think there will be another version of the 737. I think the MAX is the last one. So right. I think the problem's to some degree going to cure itself.
Yeah, and I don't know if anybody can answer this, but they're trying to amend the type certificate for the 777 with folding wings and say that this doesn't require recertification. I'm not aware of any commercial transport aircraft that have folding wings. It seems like a pretty radical departure.
It is, but as an example, the Airbus, and I flew the 319, 20, and 21, there were subtle differences between the three airplanes, but for the most part, they flew virtually identically. The 737, 300, and 400 were very close. The 737, 700, and 800 are very close. So there are cases where these different types are, the differences are minor, but there are some that the differences are significant.
Okay. I guess at that point, I don't think I have further questions. Well, maybe staff has a further question, which is this. Okay. Where? Which one? Where am I? Okay. Captain Cox, as a former pilot and safety consultant, how important is it for a pilot to be knowledgeable and trained on new flight control systems, particularly something that's novel or unique, such as MCAS?
I think the training is critical in the fact that the assumption was made that the pilots would instantly recognize inappropriate stabilizer trim movement. With 737 starting with the 300 series, that trim system moves because of a system known as a speed trim system. So you would have to recognize that movement in and of itself, uncommanded movement by the pilots in and of itself, would not necessarily be a trim runaway. And when you have multiple failures that are going on, the recognition of an MCAS activation would be much more difficult. Hence, that needs to be trained as a possibility that if you see a stick shaker that comes on with multiple failures, recognize at the moment the flaps are retracted, you may get a significant nose-down input. That was not done. And that training, I think that lack of, or the failure of that training to be widely disseminated is a contributor here.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Ensley, again, human factors, MCAS, at least in the first flight, first accident, not in the manual. I mean, do you think in terms of a human factors approach, that pilots should have been made aware something's running in the background that can radically alter the behavior of the airplane?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's very hard to understand and diagnose what the plane is doing when it's a system you've never even heard of. They didn't have any information about why it was acting erratically. And as Captain Cox just pointed out, they didn't even have good cues that would match up to running the procedure that Boeing assumed they would be able to run very rapidly. So it was really this whole combination of factors of no information in the flight manual, no training, and no adequate displays that was, the worst possible combination.
Thank you. So then, we've kept you a long time. This will be the last question, and I'd ask anybody or everybody who wants to respond. What do you think is the biggest concern this committee should focus on regarding the FAA's capability of overseeing, Boeing and production and novel systems, given everything you've heard here today? I mean, and I'll start with Captain Cox.
I think based on the things that I've heard today and what I've learned over the months of watching this, I would encourage the committee, don't get too focused. The JADAR report was very good in taking a holistic view. There is not a single cause to this accident, and you have a rare opportunity, if the committee will view it in its entirety of the complexity, you can help really significantly promote aviation safety going forward. And I think that was reinforced today here. There's an awful lot of focus on the FAA. There's an awful lot of focus on Boeing, and they are two of the major contributors to these tragedies, but they are not the only ones. And so I would encourage, in the strongest possible terms, sir, keep the focus broad.
Right. Well, and I'd agree. I mean, in terms of the AOA, I mean, we did have a company that had repaired the AOA that was that on Lion Air, I think, that, you know, that they had been lost their license.
Yes, sir, and if I might, the installation of the angle of attack sensor on the Lion Air airplane, there's a calibration procedure that has to be followed, and the maintenance department signed off that they did it. It is not possible that they did.
Right, because it immediately
Because that's very specifically what the procedure is for, is to determine the accuracy of the sensor output. So this is, to come full circle, this is the reason I say there's a lot of contributing factors to this.
I get that. Dr. Ensley, do you?
Yes, there's been considerable discussion here today and also previously in the press about concerns about safety culture at both Boeing and the FAA that sort of underlie a lot of the failures we saw in good process and ended up being in good design. The FAA administrator and Boeing have made a number of announcements of things they're going to do to try to fix that, and we're glad to see that. But changing culture is really hard. You can't just give it one shot and it's done. It's something you have to do every day. It has a lot more to do with actions than with words. And so the importance of really following up on those actions, of taking safety issues very seriously, of reprioritizing safety with regard to production and cost and schedule, those changes are going to require a lot of continued interaction by management. And it's going to require bringing in a lot of people who are knowledgeable about these things to get those changes moved through the organization. And the NTSB has been talking about the importance of safety culture for the last 20 years. It's something we really need to emphasize, as well as solving some of these basic process problems.
And I agree with you on that 100%. In my first meeting with Mr. Dixon when he was nominated, I talked to him about what I view as the principalities within FAA who seem resistant to administrators and changes from that level, and he assured me that he was going to be reaching down in the organization and trying to change the culture. So, Mr. Collins.
Well, I agree with everything she said about changing the safety culture. And what Administrator Dixon talked about was all-hands meetings and things. I think he needs to get down in the working level more. Talk to groups of people. I was a union rep. The union reps usually feel a little more free and a little more protected in discussing issues than most employees. But, you know, talk to them in the offices, the Seattle office for sure. We always hear the conversation about resources, and sure, you could use more aerospace engineers and maybe manage the resources better. But the lesson I would like to leave is that when you have those resources and they identify safety issues, that really concerns me. The ones that are missed, you can do improvements and better oversight, but when the managers are made aware of safety issues, compliance issues, I wish there would be a culture shift so that they give more credibility and more thought to compliance versus production schedules and things.
Okay, thank you. And finally, Mr. Pearson.
Congressman, I think just try to keep it simple. The investigation, the detailed investigation of the production facility, I think is definitely in order. And a very important thing is to maintain a presence in the factory. I should have mentioned earlier that I was there for 3 years, and honestly, I never met an FAA employee in my 3 years. And
Really?
Yes, and I never actually remember any of my employees saying they talked to an FAA employee. Now, they may have been there, but they certainly weren't visible and present. My son said, shouldn't they be wearing a jacket or something? Everybody should know that this is FAA people, so if we're not getting the problem resolved by our normal chain, we need the regulators to do that. And the last thing I would say is that, you can have the most amazing design by the most brilliant engineers and flown by the most talented pilots. But if you have a tired mechanic or an electrician that is overworked or a technician that is stressed because they haven't had a chance to take care of their family because they've been working so many hours, it could all be for naught. So don't lose sight of the fact that Again, we have to do the whole thing, from the design all the way out to ongoing production into the future.
Well, thanks. And yeah, just in reflecting on your comment about not seeing an FAA employee on the floor. I mean, a number of years ago, I raised concerns as we moved more to an agency which, and this was more in terms of maintenance than production, but where they were spending much less time at maintenance facilities and more time reviewing paperwork they received from maintenance facilities, as opposed, and I think it's vital for them to actually have a presence, and they may not personally observe something while they're there, but it may be some employee would want to come up to them and say, hey, I've got some concerns here, you're from the FAA, I want you to hear this.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you all. Thanks for your generous allowance of time. Appreciate your testimony, and we're going to continue with this investigation. I want to, again, give my condolences to the families and thank for your constructive, and I have to do some stuff. So just hang on for a second, my script. Okay, I ask unanimous consent that the record today's hearing remain open until such time as our witnesses have provided answers to any questions that may be submitted to them in writing. So ordered, I ask unanimous consent the record remain open for 15 days for any additional comments. Information submitted by members or witnesses to be included in the record of today's hearing without objection, so ordered. And again, I thank you, and I have nothing else to add, so the committee stands adjourned.